Pokemon!
Yo, I just heard someone click a badge. And for once, it wasn't even me testing stuff. By the way, if the badges sound too quiet compared to the music, feel free to tell me because I've got no clue how they compare. Basically, if you look at the 8 badges, you can, if you click them, you can hear noise. You can hear sounds being played, which was like the high-pitched dings, like those. Yeah, like that. Alright, sounds good. Yeah, I think that would help. By the way, how are you doing? Okay, and now... just like the previous times, there is a channel point reward. Sign up for therapy, and if you click it, you're gonna have your turn in the queue to be able to have a session for therapy. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. As had lunch with family for Mother's Day, and basically that was basically how I spent today. Yes, grand challenge this weekend, which had its up and downs, but overall was a good time. Also went to a VGC local for the first time since December, actually. Wait, did I even go to one in December? In either November or December. That was fun. Yeah, and normally after grand challenges or global challenges, I usually do just therapy sessions because those tournaments take quite a toll on people. I figure, okay, people kind of need this, and I felt like it's a cool stream concept, so I'm gonna do those. But this weekend, not... Okay, Alex, you're the first one. I'm ready to take you as the first customer for therapy. And you're up. Feel free to tell me all about your run.
I don't have much BC. I didn't have much time to play.
Well, I mean, you said didn't have much time to play, but it sounds like you still managed to get a few games in, right? How did those games go? Thank you. Sometimes, like,
One SEC, it reset my whole paragraph.
oh god. Thank you. Basically, like, honestly, for this one, it just, I think I had it like on a random Saturday night right before going to bed, where I thought, this is something that I think everyone who's played those tournaments want, or like kind of need, and I feel like it has potential to be really funny depending on what people have run into.
One of my last matches was against the goddamn SAP Sipper for Ridgiraff Specs Ogre team.
Not Sap Sipper for a giraffe again. Not Sap Sipper. Wait. Okay. I feel like I've heard the stories about more than one Sap Sipper for a giraffe. Was it skill swap or was it choice bands for a giraffe? Why has there been so many Sap Sipper for a giraffes? Like, I've heard it, like, I've fallen victim to one, I've heard of someone else falling.
It must have been skill swap.
And I think it was mental syndrome.
Because it was Iron Ball.
I'm sorry, Iron Ball?
Undersped my Among Us.
Wait, were you not min speed, or does it somehow become slower than min speed Among Us? It has to be because you weren't min speed, right? Because I don't think it underspeeds Among Us otherwise.
I wasn't min speed, just slow enough to underspeed Hans Ice Rider Ursa.
Okay. Man, that is GCs, am I right? And you were cooked there.
I also parried the Ogre and it undersped Gus and TR.
I feel like that one isn't that weird.
Still won though.
Okay, at least you won. The last time I ran into Sap Sipper for a giraffe, I could not say the same. Just like how I can't say that I won against Golduck this GC. So, I mean, at this point, I don't even think I can give you about any advice or anything to prescribe you to deal with that, because, well, yeah, you dealt with that anyway. Anything else that you've run into in that run, or did you just play so little that you don't really have anything else in your run?
That's really it though, NGL. It was a mostly chill run save for me, kinda sucking at points.
I wish I could say same, but not really. Like, yes, I had a lot of moments where I was kind of bad, but I kind of had a few odd moments. But yeah, honestly, it was kind of tame. Like, I was surprised, like, that at my lowest, I did not really run into it.
I tried stream sniping Aaron and Wolf, but I couldn't ever get them, lol.
You definitely weren't. I'm gonna guess that you weren't the only ones. So I'm not surprised. If anything, I would have been surprised if you would have been able to. Especially since they probably had extra delay, because I know that usually YouTube has quite a bit more delay unless you specifically try to change it. And I feel like they wouldn't do it. So trying to narrow it down would be quite hard. And yeah,
I liked going for Ice Spinner plus Spore into Miraiden leads.
Oh yeah, Ice Spinner is actually. I forgot that Ice Spinner is actually quite good right now. Especially with how good Miraidon is. That's actually a really clever one.
Gus plus Chien Pao, kinda underrated duo.
Which is insane to say now, considering how good it's been. Well, for basically most formats this gen. Like, I don't disagree, but it's kind of crazy that I have to agree. Okay.
Still was decent considering I ran Zama Ogre.
Yeah, and how'd you finish actually? I hope you finished better than I did because I did not have the most impressive run, especially day one.
"31 games and like 1620s/30s I forgot."
I mean, yeah, that's decent. You know, Ted, I have
Agreed.
Yeah, I have to agree. The 135 speed ties are so bad. Why did it decide to put so many good Pokemon at 135? Why do you have to put Koraidon, Miraidon, Chien-Pao, and Flitter?
135 and soon 49.
What's at 49
Well,
again?
50.
Okay, yeah, 50. Okay, yeah, I get 50. Like, what's at 49? But yeah, okay, yeah, 50, I get it. Yeah, no, I know what's at 50. Hi, Louis, how are you doing? Basically, well, what's up depends on what everyone has going
I
on.
forgot BC Min speed base 50 is 49.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's crazy how we're so used to talking about base stats that I completely forgot and I completely forget what the actual stat numbers are. Does anyone else have anything to say for therapy? Because honestly, the form,
It's interchangeable at times.
yeah, at times it is. Because honestly, I will tell you the truth, the form only has one response, so I can't even really try to fill dead air with the form that much. Especially because
Must have been a good GC for people.
probably it's either that or I think that quite a few people I feel like it's either okay, fair enough, dude. Because like I feel like it's either people have been busy this week, either people have given up on the season, so they don't really have much to complain about.
Tid, what was your final rating?
And I think that it's also I think that there's also when it's grand challenges and not global challenges, I feel like the teams are more tame for the most part. Like I think that was also a trend with Reg H, with the Reg H grand challenges where I'm not going to say that it was all standard, but you didn't really see that many things out there.
Nice.
Yes, Ali, that is completely fine. Like, I'm pretty sure that links should be allowed. And yeah, feel free to sign up. By the way, like there's a redeem sign up for therapy. Just pick it, and yeah, you're probably gonna be getting on immediately because area of now I'm pretty sure is basically done because yeah, and
Get me off this couch. I'm not very entertaining.
you know what? If you say so, boss. Yeah. So, Ellie, what did you have to share about your GC? How did your run go?
It's what I mentioned yesterday. I was expecting a lot of losses, but this one hurt. https://bsky.app/profile/sonicheroes-fan.bsky.social/posts/3loasptzjk2i.
TTS saying links makes me laugh. Can I get the link cleanly? Can I get the video cleanly? That's all I want. Wait, maybe if I inspect. Is there a good way?
I can send it to you via Discord or something.
You know, wait, is that it? Because I'll see if I manage to find it. Okay, you know what? Yeah, send it. I'm just Jean-Marc on Discord. I don't know why they keep making it such a pain to download videos directly. Oh, maybe I found the video? No, that's just...
Okay,
no.
I sent it. I hope I spelled it right. I'm Sonicherosfan,
Yep.
or Ally Cagic.
Yep, I got the friend request. No worries. It's just I don't know why they're struggling and why they make it such a pain.
Okay, it's sent.
Thanks. Files.
So context, the game was kinda back and forth with who was leading, but I had endgame figured out. But then, you know, I got frozen, sad face.
And we've got it. Probably a bit loud, so let me just wait. Is that it? Yeah, that. No, that's not. That should be it. Yep. Okay. Okay, I'll just take a moment to say how silly every single moment of that clip is.
I mean, there's a chance I didn't get the KO on Iron Hands. I probably might not have, but it still hurt.
Okay, let's take a moment to look at every single silly moment that happens here. Like, first of all, like I said, frozen turkey that shoots fire is frozen solid and can't thaw. Okay, the drain punch is not that crazy. It's the fact that to make everything worse. Okay, not gonna lie, the fact that it's still frozen as a terror breaks is kind of funny because it looks like it when you think about, like, take this moment. Yeah, it looks like it thaws, like, it looks like the terror breaking is just, oh, thawing.
Well, that and I didn't select Sacred Fire because rain was up.
Well, yeah, that makes sense. But, like, the Terra breaking just looked like it's thawing just as it fades. Which honestly is kind of funny. And then, to make everything worse, that person name is Walrus, 2 exclamation marks. Just like as if they knew that it was about to be a very silly moment. Like, as if they knew they were meant for silly moments. Like, that is the kind of player name that you pick when you say, "Hi, I want to be quirky and silly," and then you pull that off.
Yeah. I was like, I can't believe I lost to a guy named Walrus.
So there are 2 approaches that you can take with this. The first one is to just not...
Anyway, I was so tilted I stopped the GC after that. Smiley face.
You know, I probably would be too tilted to continue too. Then again, I feel like I've had too many moments where I should have just said, yeah, that's enough, and yet still didn't stop. So, I mean, I will say that you made better decisions than I have. But again, can I really say that when I can see that not giving up actually took me somewhere for this GC? Like, I don't know. But if I had to say, there are 2 approaches that you can take to not have to deal with something like this again. 1, never run into Walrus ever again. Or 2, wait, I need to look it up. Is Walrein in the game? You're right, it's not. Tragic. Because I was gonna say the only thing that could be worse than losing to someone named Walrus is losing to someone running the Walrus. So instead of suffering because you were losing to someone named Walrus,
So true.
you could have inflicted losses to people running Walrein by running Walrein. And that means that in the end, you would have to last laugh. But unfortunately, I think that the best advice I can give is retire until Gen 10, until they add Walrein again, and then have your revenge. But that's too far from now, and I still need to farm content. I still need to farm more GC therapy content, so I can't say actually retire. Please keep playing, and please keep facing the silliest people possible.
I like that idea. I'm gonna write that down and keep it in mind.
Perfect. Glad that GC therapy could have helped.
Walrein Sweep 2027.
I believe in the Walrein sweep. Let's go, Walrein. Did you run into anything else in the GC, or was Walrus your absolute was Walrus the absolute nightmare, and nothing will ever come close? I'm here to take everyone's suffering.
That was the main one. Last GC a lot happened, but I didn't get clipped.
I don't mind if you don't have clips. You're probably the first person who's actually provided a clip for therapy. And I'm very grateful for that.
I don't remember the specifics other than it was 3 games in a row, and it made me very sad.
Yeah. When you just have very negative momentum, it can get to you. Like, either you, from what I understand, you just stop it, which is fair enough. But you can also, like, I feel like you can also just take a break for a bit. Like, stretch, take a walk, do something, then just come back. Or if you know you can mentally reset quite well, you can just make sure you just mentally reset heading to the next one. I'd also say that also making sure that you're not too tired or just in the right state of mind before getting into your games can also help a lot.
Yeah. I'm not competing for points, so it's whatever. Losing is just not as fun as winning.
I agree. I'm not trying to go for my invite either. I'm not even trying to go for points because like the only thing I could really get points for is for the H trainer card, and I already had it. I already had enough points before they even announced that. So I'm basically just doing it for the love of the clips. Okay, Alex. What kind of serious restrictions would you give yourself? Like, I know you've had a few decent runs, so I'm actually curious. Oh, interesting. You know what? That makes sense. And like, how far did you space them? Like, how far did you space them out? Okay, yeah, fair enough. I'd also guess that it's a good way to approach it because, like, especially if you do it from the very beginning, the scores aren't going to be that high at the start anyway. So, like, trying to go for all of them early on is gonna kind of push you. It's gonna kind of give you a disadvantage.
Smart.
So that makes sense. Like, I know that, like, even if I have strong day ones, it doesn't really matter because usually people who would like the morning after in our times, like, they usually end up with a better result, like a better rating with a worse score. Yeah, that makes sense. That also makes sense. Just to let the adrenaline go down. Like, those usually tend to be quite tiring, so that makes sense. Like, my approach for GCs is not one that you should take if you want to win a GC. Like, I get my day 1 and day 2 games out of the way as soon as possible, mainly because I like getting the montages out on Friday night. And sometimes I'm lucky and I'm almost have like the entire montage done before the start of day 2. Yeah, exactly. And the best, and I will take this weekend actually as a great example. Well, I definitely like put in a much doomer, like, I definitely made it sound worse than it actually was, but I didn't really have that many great clips for the montage after day 1. And like, I basically try to put as many clips as I can that can work, like, even if they're just placeholders where I think, okay, this can maybe work, let's put it in there. And just replace it once I get the day 2 footage. And sometimes I end up replacing half of the montage, or if not, like, half of what's already there, if not more, because day 2 just had so much better stuff. And like, this weekend was a perfect example of that. Because like, I ran into a lot of weird Terras day 2, and the Golduck, and the Solgaleo, the Metal Burst Solgaleo. I did win against that, thankfully. I did win against the Metal Burst Solgaleo. I can't say the same about the Golduck, though. That was basically when I was like my lowest. Like, I don't even think I was back to 1400 when I ran into the Solgaleo. Or if I did, I was just barely past 1400. So like, I'm not surprised I ran into the Solgaleo at that low. Okay, what's the deal with Giratina? I've heard multiple people talk about Giratina. Why? Oh, for Ursaluna.
Because Tina is a cutie patootie and we love Tina, love.
You know, I don't even... yes, Giratina is cool, but I did not get why. And now I get it. It is just a really good call into the current meta, huh? Or at least, like, into the team of the week, as I like to call it. Or one of the teams of the week. That makes sense. No clue if it would be enough. Yeah. Yeah, true. That does make sense. Yeah. Although to be fair, I think that Shadow Force itself like can be interesting because I feel like it forces interesting pins. Like I know that it used to be used that way quite a bit back in the day. Like when I say back in the day, I mean like 2010, where you ran Shadow Force intentionally and a fighting type with it to try to force people to okay, you can't protect anymore. It's either you're taking a lot of damage from Shadow Force, or you switch in a normal type, which is going to be weak to whatever fighting move they use, which I think a lot was like Infernape close combat. I think I could probably force interesting pins with either forcing Terras or switches. Yeah, that makes sense. And to be fair, back then, Fairy type did not exist. Which also made Giratina much more of an interesting option both offensively and defensively. I don't know, like I barely know anything about those like the very old formats. I feel like there's I mean it makes sense why, because like it's not like there was a lot.
Who's that Pokemon?
I mean, I'm just glad Ho-Oh has a chance to shine. I didn't intend on using it despite shiny hunting for it, but I'm glad I can smiley face.
I completely forgot where my train of thought was before the ad interrupted. Oh yeah, about how...
It's time.
Yep, ad time. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate that it's not really well documented. Again, it's not like there was a lot to document either. Yeah. Yeah, I remember the Sun and Moon series, though. Is there anyone else with JC moments? Wait, we still only had time. Like, I think that some of you might be back.
It's
Floatzel.
I mean, to be fair, like, I think that, well, for Journey Across America, I don't know. But actually, for both, I feel like they might have felt better because there weren't many events to begin with. So the format did not necessarily develop quickly. Because like if we look at, for example, Ho and Sun series, like I'm not gonna say the same in One series because its success was much later in the format. But in Sun series, the main moments when Ho was good was the early format, and then it developed into being worse. I feel like it was probably similar in 2010, where it probably would have been similar if the format, like if the circuit was more similar to now, and that regionals were more frequent, locals were more a thing, and all of that. And maybe would not have been as good, but also I don't think that any restricted was significantly better than the rest in comparison to now. Yeah, send
Yeah,
it.
I didn't start playing until 2015, didn't go to my first local until early 2018.
I was in a similar boat where I didn't start playing until 2015, but couldn't really attend anything until post Worlds 2016. And now, like, and I hope that when you're talking about what a pace of what a top player thought were good, I hope you're not talking about Hui Husty, because that was just art. I don't care. It's just art. The poor man's origin pulse. Muddy water. Wait, sure called Kyogre.
Oh no, Shedinja D.
The sure called Kyogre. You know, if I would have felt funny, I would have said that the good Kyogre, the good Rayquaza set would have been not run Rayquaza. But you know what? Fair enough. Oh, I did not make it low enough to see the hose yet.
Power Anklet? Did Iron Ball or whatever not exist then?
No, Iron Ball did exist. You can see the Groudon with it. Power Anklet over Iron Ball is so you don't lose the flying typing. Or like you still have the ground immunity. That's the reason why for Power Anklet. Yo, wait. Bright Powder Barrier Amnesia Recover Guard Swap Mewtwo. Yo, wait, you're right. Let me take a look at the non-restricteds. Yeah, I was gonna say, a Metagross set is fraudulent if there's no explosion. Wait, Leech Seed Abomasnow?
Twister?
Yeah, Twister Lugia. Why is there so much Leech Seed? Okay, I get the Shedinja. The Latios sets make sense. Wait. Why am I seeing a Hustle Togekiss? Why am I seeing physical life orb Hustle Togekiss? I'm gonna have to bookmark though. I'm gonna have to bookmark those links after the stream because okay, there's so much beauty in this world. And this is some of it. And this is so funny. Wait, why is the Toxicroak set an actual good set? And why am I surprised that I'm finally seeing a good set? What is that Heatran set? Sash, Overheat, Iron Head, Explosion, Protect. That is not the good Parasect set. Yeah, true, Jolly too. Why did Venomoth make the cut? Okay, did they just put literally any Pokemon? Yeah, they had to have put basically every single Pokemon practically, because I see some Pokemon that have no business being in any good sets list. Okay, you know what? Yeah, actually, that is kind of heat. But like, why is Persian there? You can't just. Okay, no, I can't.
Okay, but what if I start running Venomoth? I found 2 shinies on accident. Maybe it's a sign.
I was about to talk trash about Golduck, but I can't. If you start running Venomoth, you're probably gonna end up as someone's clip. I don't know if that's your goal. But it could be a goal. King.
YSSSSSSS.
It's funny because I look at some sets and think, okay, those can't be serious, and then I look at others and think, okay, yeah, that is valid. I think, oh wait, yeah, they're actually supposed to be serious. And now I think that basically I don't really have much left. Well, actually, I'm gonna go for the thing that I'm gonna go for the one submission on the form. Is that gonna work fine? Think it should work.
Actually less for me but for my opponents. I ran Trick Ring target Grimmsnarl with CSR Zama. I think I got GC'd maybe 1 or 2 games.
I see what the issue was.
Delibird walked in that format so Iron Bundle could run.
Okay, that's funny that it didn't change the names. Where is it? Okay, I'm gonna need to do a therapy username. Because basically I finally properly fixed how this should work. Because basically I just stole the sprites from another of my overlays for the previous therapy sessions, and now I finally just made them standalone.
Actually less for me but for my opponents. E ran trick ring target Grimmsnarl with CSR Zama. E think I got GC'd maybe 1 or 2 games.
Wait, why are you applying for therapy when you don't need it? Do you know how hard it is for people to get a therapist? And instead you're just here to brag? Really? That's just disrespect. Not just for me, not just to me, but to the people who are waiting for their turns. Is that really all you're gonna say? Like, oh yeah, I traumatized other people. No, this is not what you're here for. It is not a bragging session. And yes, that's the only form responses I've got. I don't know why I didn't put the full answer though. But I don't think the rest of the response really added much anyway.
E wish I had more, but honestly that's about it. Faccina triste.
I don't know why I didn't update the sprite, but that makes it so much funnier. Because I was not aiming for the twin with Italian accent. Yeah, and if anyone else is here, like lurking, but want to talk about your runs, feel free to sign up for therapy. Because at this point, I think we're just talking until we get more people. I think that also like, you know what? I'm down to speculate on what happened. I think that part of it is just you're not losing to wild stuff because Japan isn't there. I think that you're much more likely to face wild stuff against Japan. I think that a lot of it's either people did not pay attention, they enjoy it, or the opposite, they hate it so much that they're not playing the GC. Like, we're still in the season that you're either playing it for the love of the game or because you're actually very close to your invite. So like, it's not like, oh, I've got hope, we're still early, I might have a shot. It's either you already know if you've got a legit shot or if you don't. So people are going to be pickier about that too. And how many people have we heard so far that have said that they haven't played as many games as usual? Like, Alex, you're one of them. Tid said the same thing. There's a lot of people who just did not play as many games as usual, I think. Which I think... Yeah, same. And that's basically why I wanted to get all of my games out of the way last night. Because, like, honestly, I won't lie. I considered skipping yesterday because I thought I was going to be way too...
Regi. I'm just really bad at it.
Honestly, I haven't, like, most of my games in Regi so far have been the GC, and I've actually enjoyed it quite a bit. Like, so far I've actually enjoyed it quite a bit. I've enjoyed it really way more than Reg G. I've only played 3 best of 3s of Regi, and honestly, yeah, it's been enjoyable. Like, I've enjoyed the format quite a bit. I've enjoyed it way more than Reg G. I've had people complain about it.
To do both 3 Regi. He might join some online tours just for funsies. I miss doing both 3s.
Honestly, I was thinking of doing some probably during the break, especially because I want more opportunities to test.
Reg G more like Reg Gross.
So true. Honestly, I've been thinking of also trying to enter a few online tours, mainly because I need more testing with like my turn tracking overlay. And I think that it's a good way to do it. Because like I've noticed, especially with this GC, one thing that's annoying me quite a bit is that it didn't detect whenever Lunala said Trick Room all weekend. And another thing that's annoying me is so I got a few false positives I need to fix that I haven't really had a chance to look into.
Well, if anyone ever wants a Both 3 exhibition match LMK,
Like, I'm probably gonna focus on editing this stream for another GC therapy video first, and then once that's done, I might take some time to look at. I'm probably gonna take some time to look into fixing the issues with the overlay. Like, at least I can probably take a raw footage from the capture card from
You're
this
so
weekend to
valid.
look into it. I was like, I know it's not in the state where I can do it yet, but if I can get it in the good, like, in a solid enough state, I think I might want to release, like, most of the framework behind that overlay publicly. But I know it's not in the state for it yet. Like, I've got quite a few false positives to fix first. Like, I've at least converted most of what I've done to that it's much easier for people to do their own stuff with what I've done. Like, most of it has been converted. I think that most of the major bugs from the conversion from what I originally did to how it's currently set up has been fixed. So that's nice, but there's still quite a bit I need to do. Like, I know that one of the big issues I need to fix is basically making sure that in battle, it doesn't consider it unused. Because I know that one of the biggest false positives, which basically treats it as a new turn, is whenever like I lose 2 Pokemon in a single turn and I have to double switch. Because one of the ways it detects that I'm still picking my moves is by checking the bottom right part of the screen to see if there's the back text showing up. And if you double switch, it's gonna show that back text there. So it's gonna say, "Oh, you're in the middle of picking your moves. You started a new turn," and then that breaks. Wait, really, Apple? Is he actually trying to go for it? Okay, please sign up for therapy. I need to hear all the stories. Please, I need this. Oh, he couldn't find any more gays. Oh my god. Please sign up. I need this so bad. No. Okay, I don't care. You probably saw some Wild Team previews. Sign up, please. We all need to hear this. We all need to hear this. Like, you can't tell me that you didn't see any weird teams in Team Preview. Now I want to hear all about them. Yes, exactly, for the content.
you wanna see the teams.
Please, Apple, I'm so starved. You have no idea how tame people's GCs have been for the most part. I'm so starved. Let's go. Thank you, Apple.
Even my wacky team was normal. The wackiest thing I had was Stalwart Arch.
For me, the wildest one was still easily the skill swap Golduck. I don't think that there's anything that's come close this GC. Skill swap Golduck, and then suddenly Kyogre has Swift Swim. I don't think I'll ever recover from that one. Shout out to that guy, very nice guy. Like, they found the montage and we talked for a bit. Nice guy.
Most of the first teams I faced were normal, but the first team that was weird was the CSR Rage team.
Oh, by Reg team, I'm gonna guess you mean Reg G team? Or was just like, was it like a standard Calyrex Shadow team, but like Reg G? Or was there like more.
Yes. After that, I had the Meridian and Lunola Milwaukee team. Twice.
I mean, I'm not surprised because, like I was telling people, I think that there were two teams that we're going to see a lot of, and that was one of the two. And there was that one, and what was his name of the other one? Well, PokeGames team. I thought that those two were the main ones that we were going to see a lot this GC because, like, especially both of them were released basically like the day after Milwaukee. So there were teams that were available, easily
Then
available.
I had a Ninetales CIR, Frostmoth, and Setiton.
Yo. You played against Grusha? Well, played is a strong word in your case. Because I will explain, Apple tried going for the 045 and forfeited turn 1 every single game. Wait, we didn't hear if there was an Altaria or not, just that there were those 4.
I did play exactly one turn because they lead Blissey and I Terra Stellar Throat Chop would hammer that bitch.
You know what? is that the only turn that you played in the single GC? I need to know, is that the only...
That was the only turn I played at all.
That is so respectable. You know what? I respect that so much. That is so valid. Like, yeah, no, I hate you, Blissey, and then just forfeit immediately after. That is so funny. So, we can add Blissey into this list of weird things you ran into this GC, actually.
I do plan to start earlier so I can try to finish out all 45. Next GC.
You know, I'm still gonna say what I'd said before, like during the weekend. I will go for the most content farming option possible. Make a post saying if I get the right amount of likes, I'm gonna aim for the bottom. Well, I'll race you to the bottom. You know what? Yeah, I'll race you to the bottom. I might race you to the bottom, Apple. I need to know more about what you ran into. I need to hear more. Like, I know that it might, after a while, it can kind of just start. I will also say, I don't know if it was a case for you too. But I feel like there weren't, like, even when I was dropping, like, to my lowest, there weren't that many weird things. I thought it was once I started climbing again that I started running into the wild things.
TBH, I was watching a show and clicking buttons. There were 90% real teams TBH.
Okay, you know that's valid.
Like 2 in-game teams.
Yeah, that's very close to my experience. Like, and sometimes you just run into, like, okay, they're technically teams of this format, but they're just very, very weird. I didn't get a lot of that either. Like, for example, like, one that I ran into was, like, Eternization or something like that, which, like, yes, that is weird. But, like, there weren't really that many, like, of those types. Like, I remember Solgaleo and I forgot what. Like, not that many weird ones.
I did see Double Dog.
Okay, yeah, that counts as weird. That counts. That counts.
It was Double Dog, Kaksaya, Vivillon, Ninetales.
Art. Oh, that also makes me wonder. What were you running? That is also a very important question. Were you running something standard, or were you running...
Just my Milwaukee team.
Okay. I don't know if that makes it funnier or not as funny. Then no, actually, it probably makes it even funnier, especially when you run into the weird teams.
VR team with Bolt over Torn.
Okay. Yeah, I think, like, especially if you're running into a weird team, I think that makes it funnier that you're just, like, the most standard team possible. And you forfeit turn 1. But I think I can guess the standard teams, it really doesn't say that much. Which, again, there were a lot of standard teams from what you were saying, which, honestly, same. I think that's also one of the things where those types of
I
formats
did
that
have someone lead Urge Torn into me, which was wild. Sorry, Torn Ogre. No. Jesus Vigrasi Glide. Ursh Ogre.
Okay, that makes more sense. I was like, okay, why was that weird? Okay, why was that weird? Oh, okay, now that is weird.
Which is like GG on RIP.
Yeah. No, I don't get it. I mean,
Rilla Bolt CSR go next.
I mean, you get why you see that lead, and then you understand why they're that low in the first place. Like, you see the kind of normal team, and then you understand with that kind of play, oh, that's why they're here. They really don't understand how to play team preview yet.
I faced Terragos Ogre at Milwaukee.
How did that go? How did that...
They brought it too. Into Bolt Rilla CSR POW. 2-0.
Oh, yeah, I was gonna say, like, after you said which 4 you brought, I was gonna guess, okay, it sounds like it went well. Wait, what was the other restricted?
That was my day to win and in.
Which, again, I don't think I've had the chance to say it. No, actually, I think...
Soma.
Oh,
Who's that Pokemon?
I mean, I've had it worse when it comes to cutting to ads. So, is anyone here not in ad jail? Yeah, okay. Got it. I get it.
It's
Hoot.
Okay, no delay there at all. What was I about to say? Oh yeah, first of all, I don't think I've ever really had the chance to properly say it. Like, I probably said it quickly on Twitter, but congrats on the D2, by the way, Apple. I know it's been a week, but congrats. Because I'm pretty sure that was your first D2. So, congrats. I know like it's a special feeling when you get it for the first time. I know it feels really like even if it's not your
was
first
very
time,
fraudulent.
it's okay. It is for a lot of people. Like everyone has fraudulent day twos. I've had two. I mean, to be fair, like I think that most people will say that their results are fraudulent. Like there are two types of people. Those who will say that their results are fraudulent, and then the ones who are overly cocky.
Kyogres.
There's the ones who are going to say that every single one of their results are fraudulent, and then the ones who are going to
And
say,
then I got a by day 2.
who cares? Like, yes, sometimes you get lucky. That's part of the game.
And got 93 Saberly laugh.
Sometimes you get lucky, sometimes you get unlucky. That's part of the game. You might call it fraudulent, but you were still good enough to take advantage of the you were either good enough to take the advantage of the luck, or you were smart enough to make the right meta call so that you can be lucky. Like, sure, you can say it's fraudulent, but you still earned it. I'm saying that with someone who's had to struggle with like that kind of feeling for years, where I just wondered, was my top cut fraudulent? Was I just lucky? And then I will still say that yes, I was lucky, but just because I got lucky doesn't mean I didn't deserve it. And that's the same thing with your day 2. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Not even yourself. You did earn it. Don't fool yourself. Like, sure, you can say you're lucky, but being lucky doesn't mean you didn't deserve it. Like, no one actually wins a tournament without being at least a little lucky.
Thanks. It makes up for the one I threw.
Exactly. Like, and trust me, if it's not your last regional, you're going to talk about how luck robbed you from a day 2 at another regional. That's how it goes. Like, on that day, sure, you might have gotten lucky, but you earned it. Like, the thing is, either you get lucky because you don't hit the matchups you needed to avoid, you don't, even just not getting bad luck for so many rounds is being lucky. Like, whether we like it or not, if you're just not unlucky at all over, like, what, 15 or 16 rounds, at this point you're lucky.
I have to head out for a bit, but if you're still steaming, I'll be back later.
Sounds good. Later, Apple. I don't know if I'll still be. Because, like... yeah, especially, like, with this kind of stream, there really isn't much going on if there's no one interacting.
Saberly laugh. Fair.
And, yeah.
07.
Oh, see you, man. But if I'm still there, yeah. Like, if I can somehow manage to fill the blanks, and, like, if I... cool. And so far, I have my doubts. Like, on the bright side for me, this is going to be a quick video. Hi, Zopi. If you've got anything to talk about if you've got anything to talk about when it comes to if you have to sign up for a therapy session, go for it. I'm basically out. I was just about to say I'm basically out of things to work with for this. So, like, if you want to sign up for therapy, go for it. Because basically, yeah, the form was very bare, and you know what? That's fair enough. Like, if you've got nothing to talk about, there's nothing to talk about. But because yeah. And yeah, basically for me, it's just been, yeah, like my GC overall, like I think it showed day one that I didn't really have any experience with the team, and then I think it showed that I was getting used to it. This, and yeah, so far for this, no clue where I'm going. Like, I think it's gonna be quick to edit at least. If this is like barely over an hour long, and it's probably gonna be quick to edit to cut down to a shorter video. Like, I'm probably gonna be able to get all of the editing done tomorrow, probably, if I'm lucky. Which honestly, that would be cool. Then I'd probably be able to work on like maybe the fishing overlay or something like that. Because like I think that I want an overlay for while I'm working on other stuff that can still like. How can I describe it? Like, it sounds so much like Slob, but like an equivalent of like the Subway Surfers of my Subway Surfers as an overlay form, practically. The jiggling keys or whatever. No, you did not. Or if it's the one, or if it's the one with like from the video, I still haven't had a chance to check it because like between the GC, like since Friday I've had the global challenge. I went to a local to meet up with some friends, and then today I had plans for Mother's Day, so I haven't had a chance to check it yet. So yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think I did say on Friday that it would probably be on Monday that I have a chance to watch it. It's not like it was unexpected. Because yeah, I think that I'm gonna be spending quite a bit of time right now working on different overlays, like on stream, because I'm not really sure what else I would do. Like even for VGC, like the main things I want, I still need to work on those overlays. And for non-VGC stuff, I think I need to work hard on overlays. Like I think that this one is basically like I think that this one is basically solved. Like I don't think there's a lot I can change for this one. I think I'm definitely gonna want to put a bit more time to refine the one for Mario Kart when the Switch 2 comes out. And once again, I should probably put something on the overlay. Actually, no, there is something I can do on this overlay, actually. I should put how people can join therapy. Okay, let's fix the text. Okay, maybe a bit bigger. Probably 96. Yeah, that is basically perfect. I could probably try 128. Like, let's take a look. I think it's gonna be a bit too big. Yeah, slightly too big. Yeah, this works. Like, I just need to do an outline. Probably like outline of like 10 or 12. Okay, 12 is too much. Yeah, I think 9 is perfect. It's either 8 or 9. But I think I prefer 9. Okay. So and like the thing is, at least I don't really need to mine all that much for GCs because like there shouldn't be anyone until December, not December, September at the earliest. Like I've got time to start planning for that. And that also basically means that I don't like VGC is probably going to be like quite a bit on the back burner anyway, content wise. So it's, and anyway, like I think the Switch 2 coming out is going to be a better thing for me to focus on. So like, at least content wise, I think it's going to be okay. Yeah, Alex, the Switch 2. I mean, we will have, oh, true, we might not have to, depending on, like, what's the name of the game again? I already forgot what the name of the game is. Champions, yeah, that's it. True, with Champions, we might not need to move to Switch 2. We might be able to use phones. Like, I mainly got the Switch 2 as soon as possible because I think that it's... Well, I wanted to get one anyway, but I think that getting it early is probably going to be a good... It's going to be a good opportunity, like, streaming-wise. Especially since I got a Mario Kart bundle. I have already started... Guys, like, I've already started working on... Actually, do I have... Yeah, I should have the source clone. What did I call the source clone again? I could have called it so many things. I don't want any transitions. Okay, that's how I called it. Okay. So, actually, I can just create a redeem right now just to show us an example of what I had in mind. I have one reason that I have one more reason why I want one that I'm not really going to talk about on stream. That you might be able to guess. Where did I put the... Okay, this is where. But yeah, I do want to get one as soon as possible, and I might get a second one later on. But I do want to get one early for a few reasons. True, I probably should. I probably should. Okay, let's try this. Oh, fun. That is very fun. I'll be right back. Classic. True. Yeah, probably. To be fair, I feel like those switches are probably gonna have workarounds against bricks better than false positives. Like, the main thing I'd be worried about that is false positives more than bots. Which is honestly the worst part about it. Hi, Aqua, how are you doing? You want your turn for therapy? Because, like, I've basically been waiting for people because, like, most people did not have much to say about their runs this weekend, unlike usual. Like, this has, for most people, it's been surprisingly tame. Yeah, basically, there's a channel point redeem for sign up for therapy. I click that and then I'm gonna be able to put you on for therapy. Intentionally put it as one channel point because, yeah, I'm not really trying to make it so that people have a lot of channel points for it. Just, yeah, it makes it much easier for me to handle. Let's go. Welcome to therapy. How did your... Please tell me all about what bothers you with your run. Based on what we talked about earlier, I think I might have a good idea of one thing that's going to be talked about, but... Please. Share us all about your run.
Crits, burns, flinches, the usual GC pains.
Yeah, classic GC. The classic. Oh, wait. Flinches? Like... From what? Like, Icicle Crash? Because if people have been... Actually, no, I can see people running Rock Slide now, especially with Ho being an actual Pokemon. With Ho being an actual Pokemon, I can see people running Rock Slide, actually. Because I mean, fake out is fake out. That doesn't count. Yeah, what kind of like ice skull crash? Because or there were people actually running Rockside.
I don't remember, but I'm sure I got flinched from Chien Pao.
Yeah, probably. I mean, crits and burns. Yeah, I think we've all had our fair shares. I think we've all had our fair share of flinches, of crits and burns. Especially with Ho being a thing right now. And as I was telling other people, I think it was yesterday. I got at least one very bad burn against me that was because Incineroar burned with Flare Blitz. And I've had a few times where I was like, please don't burn me Incineroar. Please don't burn me Incineroar. Since people are running Flare Blitz again on it. I thought you were about to say Dondozo, since I know that you said you I think it was mainly a joke that you said, oh, it might be Dondozo. Which
I also kept missing so many KOs, IDK if teams were bulkier than I thought, or I was just unlucky.
Not gonna lie, I don't know for me if it was just Koraidon just hit slightly not hard enough.
OMG, I still hate Dondosa. Wheezing is still around.
This was my first GC where I did not play a single Dondozo. Yeah, I think this is my first Gen 9 GC where I did not face a single Dondozo. That might have been like the only bright side to starting the GC down in the trenches. But you know what they say, right? People who played on Dozo all the
I
time.
don't know. I pulled quite a few after stream, lol.
You pulled even more. But you know what they say, right, about Dondozo players? People who play Dondozo all the time usually have dull eyes, extremely low self-esteem, and their IQ drops year by year, eventually becoming complete fools. Playing Dondozo will damage the body structure and cause various incurable diseases. Once a person starts playing Dondozo, it means that his intelligence, character, and appearance are all inferior, and he can only survive in the gutter in this life. People who play Dondozo have strong antisocial tendencies, causing damage to public security and endangering the lives of normal people. So maybe people learned.
Insert Dondosa copy pasta.
Yes, that's what I just read out loud. Well, the translated version. This will never get old.
Yeah, don't have the funny text on me, lol.
I figured it was gonna come up, so I had it on standby. Yeah, I'm surprised that I did not run into Dondozo. Like, I think that every single other GC I've run into at least 3. Like, I know that I've been progressively seeing less and less of them, but I did not expect to run into 0. I mean, I think that the teams have been quite bulky, though. Like, I've also noticed that it seems to seem more bulky than I expected. But I think that for me, it was like, Koraidon probably actually needs a life orb to do the extra damage between just barely living and picking up the KOs. And I was running Clear Amulet. So that was probably why. But yeah,
Other than that, nothing else too crazy, but also probably because APAC players aren't included this time.
Yeah, that's what I noticed too. I think that's also why, like, there aren't too many people in this, like, who have shown up to this therapy session. Like, a lot of people have came here and said, yeah, no, I did not run into anything too crazy. or I did not play that many games and I did not run into anything weird. And I think that the difference between Japan being there and Japan not being there is very noticeable. And I think it showed for me when I worked on the montage, because normally in day one I would have run into a lot more weird stuff than what I actually did. It was only in day two where I actually started running into, oh, yeah, this is what I wanted. This is the clip farm. This is the clip. But like, no, there were way fewer this time around. And this is why I said in the first...
Thankfully, no disconnects this time.
Nice. I only got 2, and both of them were actually just straight up my opponent rage quitting. I don't remember how the first one happened, but I know I had the game sealed. I was basically on the last turn when they DC'd. But the second one, I basically read their soul turn 1, and then they forfeit, and then they disconnected immediately after turn 1, because basically they protected Calyrex Ice turn 1 and then went for Terra Water on Ndidi. And I went for a Dark Pulse of Chiyu and Seed Bomb both into the Ndidi. Because I thought, oh, Heat Wave is going to be way too obvious. So I think that they're going to Terra... I went for... I think they're going to Terra Calyrex. I'm going to get rid of Ndidi so I can put the Calyrex to sleep the turn after. But instead, no, they went for Protect and just let me have the Ndidi for free. Switched in the Lunala the turn after, then disconnected. Like, at least like both of them were wins for me. So I'm not complaining. No game crashers either. One thing that I think was Wheel to Needle said that going like at the end, not inside Area 0, but like right outside of it, since there's no Pokemon spawning there, usually a game tends to perform better when you're there. So that's what I've been doing. And I think that actually helps. I think my game has been more consistent since I've started doing that. Like, I'm not sure if it's just superstition or if it's actually a thing. Like, it makes sense that it would work, but I don't know if it actually does work.
Who's that Pokemon?
Oh, I'll try that next time.
Okay, let me take a look at studio mode. Like, I'll see if I can, if I'm already, okay, yeah, this should work fine. I'll wait until we're back from the ads before switching. Oh yeah, I don't know why I've never used studio mode until today. It's gonna be so useful, actually. How did I survive without it for so long?
It's
Enamorous.
That happened. Okay. No, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, let me show. This is where. This is a spot. Like right here. There's basically nothing spawning here. never had any issues here. Or at least very few.
Right outside the entry.
Yeah, exactly. It's definitely helped a lot. Although, yeah, I think people say it and it probably does. No, not probably. It definitely does make a difference because I did notice restarting your Switch and just restarting, even just restarting the game, but restarting your Switch would be even better. Will also help with preventing game crashes. But like this bot is really nice for at least this. It contributes for sure. It's still so wild that Scarlet and Violet are such games of all time that we actually have to figure out that kind of stuff to help to make sure that, yeah, the games aren't too broken. No, the game actually functions as it normally should have in any situation.
Small indie company, you have to understand.
So true. It's also wild that invites are going to be decided on whether your game disconnected or crashed or not. Yes, I can easily imagine it. I can easily imagine the game's running worse because of this. Because of the Switch 2 update. I've learned to expect the worst. I have learned.
Oh yeah, I don't envy the ones chasing worlds this season playing these events.
I don't envy people chasing worlds this season for like basically every reason possible. Like I've straight up told people who wanted to try going to events or maybe trying to go for worlds this year, and just straight up told them, don't. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. Like, I know where you live more or less. You're not gonna be able to compete with the ones chasing their invites because it's too expensive for you compared to most of the people chasing their invites.
That's what I said too to some of my locals.
And for me, after qualifying last year and realizing that I had qualified for Reg G Worlds before Reg G was even announced, I realized that qualifying for Worlds for a format that I did not even know what I was going to play once I'd get to Worlds made me realize that I don't necessarily care enough. It's not something that I want to subject myself to. Yeah, I agree. Like, the LCQ at least made it fair because, like, the thing is, like, top X doesn't mean that it's actually going to be the best players that are going to be there. Like, if you look at who made top 16 at Worlds from NA, there were 4 NA players who made top 16 at Worlds last year. Only one of the 4 would have been top 75. Kylan would have been the only one who would have been top 75.
Was expecting an LCQ for this season too.
I was not expecting it. I was hoping for it, but I did not expect it. I have grown too skeptical. I have become too jaded. You know what's really stupid? It's when you think about it, Lorenzo might have lost his invite because of Milwaukee. There's a very real chance that could happen. Actually, I don't know where he is in the standings, Like, a case like his could be the reason why you wouldn't make Worlds. And that to me is messed up.
He's like top 15 last I checked.
Oh, cool. Cool. Like, I'm glad it's probably not costing him his invite then. That's really good. But, like... Or even last season, there were, like, 3 or 4 different stories that made me think, yeah, no, I don't think it's worth it for me to try to qualify for Worlds again if that's how the circuit is going to treat us. Yes, that specific situation was absolutely insane. Like, we've had people failing hack checks for false positives, which I think is also completely absurd. Same. I've never heard of it before either. What else was there? Because, like, an interactive round wins means that the tournament basically changed. Like, some people's runs would have changed entirely. Like, someone who might have lost against Lorenzo might have beaten Shiliang, for example. Wait, what's the stuff with Joey, Zoe, and Giraffe? Like, what's the deal with that? Yeah, I know that. And what was the weird part about that? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I know, I remember I saw the Blissey streams and my recommended. Like, I assume that they RNG'd the mons. Oh! Oh, no, I did not know that part. I did not know that part. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I did not know that part.
Arbitrary code execution.
Basically, arbitrary code execution is a glitch that lets you run your own code. That basically like overloads the game. It basically does a Stack Overflow of the game that allows you to run your own code over normal processes of the game. So it's basically just like, yeah, you're basically modifying the game's code. Yeah, like if we put it extremely simply. Like, overly simplified, that's basically what arbitrary code execution is. I did not know that's what happened there. Crazy. Yeah. Okay, so I did not know that that was what happened.
Seems too extra to make a fuss about that.
I mean, guess who probably made a fuss about it? And to be fair, like, as much as I don't want to agree with said person, there is a point to be made there. There is in fact a point to be made there. Like, I'm not gonna be crying about it, but there is a point to be made. It probably is. And you know, I'm not giving Verlis any pennies.
Fair, can't comment much more since this is new info to me.
Like, looking, like, knowing... Like, I don't think that RNG manip, like, is a slam dunk, but, like, arbitrary code execution, different story. Because, yeah, RNG manip is a different story. Like, I think it depends. Like, using RNG reporter, I'd argue maybe. But, like, for example, because I knew that it's an argument that Verlis has made, I don't think that, like, changing the date for the item printer really compares. Like, looking at how the rule is written, I don't think it I don't think it's really a valid point, but, like, the only reason why I would argue that RNG manip kind of is because RNG reporter is actually built based on reverse engineering the code of the game. You know, that is very valid. Yeah, I think that, like, and I think that it's not on the same level of how bad it is, but, like, when I was talking about things that have hurt me about... Yeah, you know, I don't disagree there. I did not hear... I did... am I gonna have to nuke the VOD because you said that? Am I gonna have to nuke the VOD? Am I gonna have to nuke it? Oh no. Oops. Well, to be fair, like, even if I'm making it a video, I don't think that we're gonna have... I mean, to be fair, like, I'm probably gonna download the VOD. I'm probably gonna post a video with what's being said for therapy, and specifically about the therapy stuff. This is not really... like, this is more like bonus conversation, so, like, this is not gonna make it to the final video anyway, unless there's, like, actual GC conversation going on, which is not what's going on right now. This point is just VGC just chatting. But you know what? I'm fine with too. True. And although though, they might be... you know what, Alex? I don't think I agree with that one though. Because you could get away with more in general back then too, compared to now. But you know, it's not like it's gonna be that... This is probably gonna... like, if I post a VOD, which I probably will too on the VOD's channel, like, this is probably gonna be like a 1-view VOD. Unless someone intentionally tries to go for a hit piece for you and goes for, like, I don't know how they even think of checking there. Well, like, and this is not gonna make it to the GC video anyway. Like, this is not making it to the GC therapy video. And yeah, and the thing that also annoys me with the circuit, well, this year we haven't really had, like, the issue with it yet. But, like, last year, for example, right before San Antonio, when they patched the game, which basically killed the Wheezing Roaring Moon archetype, like, 2 or 3 days before the regional. Which, thankfully for me, like, I was not going to San Antonio and I was not running that archetype. But for people who were going to, that basically killed it. Which is basically like tells you that, yeah, you might have something that's going to be patched without you knowing at any point. Poor Animus, poor Underhill, like there were quite a few people. And like it could have been the Psy Spam players too. Oh, and DD no longer gets Trick Room. Congrats. Is this what I segue my way into talking about how I miss Skydrop? Skydrop was such a cool move. They should have brought it back. I get why it wasn't there for Gen 8, but they should have brought it back for Gen 9. Yeah, Spotlight would have been cool too. Spotlight was such a cool move too. I don't even get why they got rid of Spotlight. Skytrap was the funniest move in the game, and it kept breaking the game every time. I don't think we've had a move that has consistently broken the game as much. You know, that is also very valid. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie, I completely forgot about Focus Energy Ogre Pun. Mainly because I did not see it that much. Like, I know it was there. Like, I'm not gonna pretend it didn't exist. I just did not happen to see it much. But yeah, with Urshifu especially. Wait, Punishment isn't in the game anymore? I did not know that one. Huh. No, that could have been cool too, actually. Yeah. Wait, I say that, but I don't even remember exactly how it works. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just took a look. Because, like, I wasn't sure if it was based, like, on drops, like, similar to Lash Out, or if it was just if the target has boosts. Yeah, minimum base power is 60, and then it's 20 per extra stage, like, stored power or a power chip. And wait. Yeah, it would have been. Yeah, there is so much that I actually kind of wish would work different. Like, I wish, and yes, especially with the like with the amount of strong redirectors and how much stronger redirection feels, Skydrop would have been better than ever right now. Although I feel like Skydrop would probably be used just as much as a way to enable offense, just as much as it would be a tool to stop it. Because I mean, it still works as a pseudo fake out too. But you know, that is a consequence I'm willing to live with. Imagine how funny it would have been to run Skydrop Torn. Honestly, maybe I would have done it. Instead of Bleak Windstorm, you're running Skydrop. Yeah, I want to live in that reality, actually. Wait, you're right. You're right. Now that I remember how good the Defiant Genies were? Wait, no weight restrictions either? Okay, yeah, that would have been way too good. Yeah, that would have been way too good. But yeah, especially with Defiant, how good Defiant Genies were already back then. Yeah, I could see it being way too good. Honestly, Defiant Genies, but I'm pretty sure was pretty much only Torn and Defiant. At least I don't think that anyone ran Defiant Thunderous. Well, until Gen 8. Yeah, I know exactly. Like, I don't mean that it didn't get it, just that people didn't run it. That's more what I meant. Especially because back then it, like, as far as I'm aware, it didn't really have the move pool to abuse Defiant. And Gen 8 was mainly because Dynamax gave it actual flying coverage. I mean, it's cool if they're actually running it. Yeah, and which doesn't sound bad, just not as good. Again, especially because, well, Max Airstream is just a very stupid move. On what? Like, are you trying to say like on Indeedee? Because yes, I have thought about that way too much too. Oh. Yes, yes, that would have been really good too. This, yeah, it would have been really cool on than the. I know that Pursuit was cut, but I think that's one that most people know about. And it's really funny why, actually. Like the reason why Pursuit was cut is really funny. Like, I remember the Wobblefett explaining it to me. It made a lot of sense. It made me think, okay, maybe we're gonna get it back in Gen 9, but nope. Because basically the reason why Pursuit was cut is because it happens before switching. If it switches, it means that you could use your Dynamax and like go for max. It's Max Darkness, right? I think that was the name. With Pursuit, the opponent would switch out. You'd go for Pursuit, then you'd Dynamax, and then you wouldn't use that Max move because you'd go for Pursuit before they switch, which means that you'd go for it before your Dynamax. So that's why they decided to cut Pursuit. That is straight up the reason why they cut Pursuit. And I'm pretty sure the reason, like, I did not. Yeah. Yeah, it is crazy. Like, and I'm pretty sure the reason why Oricorio wasn't in Gen 8 was because I'd assumed that the way Dancer would have worked is if they tried copying a max move, it means that you would run 2 max moves in a single turn. Oh. Wait, what did it not show anything then? Oh yeah, Sammy crashed. I crashed Sammy, that's why. Yeah, please tell me when you're back from the ads. Oh, why am I saying that when you definitely didn't? When you definitely aren't hearing it? Okay, cool. Yeah. I mean, I would have guessed that they could have coded a workaround, but apparently no. Or apparently they decided that cutting the move entirely was the better approach. Which, okay, sure. If that's how you want to do it, I mean, it's not like I can stop you. You know? And to be fair, I get it. You've seen how badly they've broken stuff. So I'd probably go with a similar approach. I was unfortunate that we lost a cool move because of it. Like, I'm glad that at least like Oricorio came back in Gen 9 because I understand why it wasn't in Gen 8 because of Dynamax, because I also don't know how I'd do it. Like, I feel like the only real way to make it work would have been by getting rid of, what's it called? It would have been by just not making the ability work if you're Dynamaxing, which I think would be kind of a waste. Because otherwise it definitely could have been too janky or broken or whatever. Because like, if for example you copy Quiver Dance and then you get to Max Guard and attack on the same turn, that's kind of nuts. If you can attack twice, like use 2 max moves on the same turn, also really good. Like if you use Fiery Dance, which means that you set up Sun, and then you use another Max Flare, or being able to set Sun and get a speed boost by Max Airstream, also stupid. Like, there is a lot that could have been really stupid. Absolutely crazy. Like, it would have been a fun hypothetical. True. Unless they go for specific band lists. But yeah, they would have to deal with... Or if they end up cutting... Because of champions, they decided to cut a lot of things. Because of this kind of stuff. Like, I felt like they would find a way to avoid it. Which would be unfortunate, but possible. I hope so. The same. Wait a second. I just saw that Lorenzo finished 60 with 16 rating of 1620 with Specs Zamazenta. You know, as much as I say I miss Z-moves, I don't blame you either. That was the paste. That was the paste. I wish I could answer. Oh, you played him? You played him? That could have been part. That could have been part of the session. No. Damn. Yo, wait. He's cooking. Yo, wait. Oh, that's why skill swap Sableye. Oh, that is so funny and cool at the same time. Yeah, it sounds like it would have been rough if he went for the Terror. Wait, that is so cool. Wait, that is so cool though. Now that I get it, that is cool. Am I gonna say good? I'm gonna say that it looks good, but that looks so cool. Yeah, I know, right? That is such a cook. That is so cool. That is so cool. And little did you know, it actually was. That is so cool. That is so cool. Wow. I hope that we see more. I hope that I can find more cool teams from this. Oh my god, I have seen Apple's rival. Okay, there's the real GC competition. I need to know who won between Daniel and Apple. Because Aqua, I don't think you were there when Apple came for therapy. Apple went 0-37 or 0-38 and just tried losing as many games as possible. Like just forfeited turn one forfeited turn one every single game except one, where the opponent led Blissey. Apple doubled the Blissey and then forfeited turn 2. I'm not gonna lie, I might want to do it next season. I might go for the interaction bait on purpose and say, okay, if I get enough likes on this tweet, I'm gonna take the 6 most voted picks and I'm gonna run to the bottom. I don't know when I'm gonna do it because I might, depending on when Toronto is, I might not do it early season if I need to practice. If I need to practice for Toronto, but if I don't need to practice for Toronto, probably as soon as possible. No, it was Fittecampo who won the GC. And yeah, I was laughing so hard when Apple just came in and said, "Okay, I went 0-37 or 0-38," and I just went, "Okay, now you need to come for therapy." Like I don't care if you didn't really affect, like I know you went for it on purpose, but now you need to share. You need to share with the class. You need to share your findings with the class. And he went, "Oh, I forfeited turn 1 basically every time." Like, you must have run into funny things though, right? Not that many. Like, even he trying to race to the bottom did not run into a lot of stuff. I hate when I know what my win con is, but I'm too much of a coward to go for it. It's so annoying. It is so annoying. Like, I don't think there's a lot more frustrating than that. Like, at least, like, frustrating, like, from yourself. There's some, like, that this can definitely be frustrating, but I think that, like, that just hurts your ego in a way that luck doesn't. When you just knew, but you stopped yourself. When you're your own biggest enemy, it just hurts. It's so hard to explain. Oh, to be fair, like, I'm not gonna say it didn't happen to me this weekend, but I think that, like, all of it was just I did not feel confident because I was just not used to the team. And then as I got more, I think that, like, once I got used to the team, I definitely became way more confident in my calls, which helped quite a bit. Because, like, I definitely noticed a difference, like, especially in day 3 where I was like, okay, my opponent's gonna go for this, I'm gonna go for this and just call him out on it. Okay, I decided that my opponent's gonna go for this, so I'm just gonna call it out. And then also I just get in moments where oh, my opponent. Here's the issue. Like, cool idea, but here's the issue. How do I display it? Actually, I think I can do it like this. Let me try, color source, maybe? Oh god, this is about to be so... Okay, this is gonna be a bit less, like, not as aggressive as it could be. Like, look here, look here. I have bad news for you. Here's the thing. No, like, the stream elements, it is still gonna show up on, like, I know what you mean, like, on the right, but, like, from stream elements, no, that's still gonna show up. Like, that is not on stream. Like, that is just right. Like, that is just gonna show up from OBS. That is part of the video source. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, you just mean, like, make sure it doesn't show up on the logs. You know what? Yeah, you know what? I'll do it for one single reason. I can show off one thing that I've done with an overlay that I've done when I time out or ban people that is really funny. So you know what? I'll do it just for you. And at worst, that is going to become a clip on its own. Yeah, make sure it's only for 1 second. But let's take a moment. Let's take a moment of silence for Nerd of Now. And here we are today, in memory of Nerd of Now. He is going to be remembered for many things. 2018 Toronto Regional Stop Cutter. A man who has worked on the damage calc for years. As someone who has recently finished job 32 in one of the GCs, and overall a regular in these streams and therapy sessions. So, or more importantly, I will remember him as one single word, a friend. And I hope that for other people here, you will also remember Alex as fondly as I will. And now I will let you, crowd, say your words about how you feel about the loss of Nerd of Now. Oh,
Stop telling people I'm dead.
what do you mean? You're not Nerd of Now. You're just a random youngster. Nerd of Now is dead. Man, I can just hear Nerd of Now like it's like he's still here. It's like I can still hear his voice. Wait, I think then the messages after this that will still be saved, right? Because I definitely want a reaction. Because I definitely want jeez, Lamau. That was gonna be way too funny.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. And yes, I have a full playlist just for this overlay. Like, way more songs than you'd expect for something that I'm gonna barely use. Or at least that, in theory, I should barely use. How many songs do I have for this, actually? Like, when I say excessive, I actually mean extremely
Can't
excessive.
believe it started with the saddest one possible.
No, there is probably even sadder than that. It is a sad one, but I think the saddest one I've got is probably it's such an obscure. Well, I don't think that I know a lot of people who play Pokemon Masters EX, so I don't think that a lot of people know it because of that. Even then, I don't even know when they play in Pokemon Masters EX because I also don't play it. I just listen to the entire soundtrack, which is so weird to say. No, I have not played a game, but I know the entire soundtrack of it. And yeah, okay, this one is not as big as I thought. Nah.
I have never heard anyone seriously use its actual name. It's either Masters or Master Sex.
True. But what was it? Yeah, basically. Okay, this playlist is only 25 songs. I thought it was more than that.
Why did it say it? I put dots to prevent that.
I don't know. And you know what? I also don't care. You know what? I'm actually gonna put the one that I think is probably like the hardest hitting one. Like I think that this is probably
Does this mean I'm now a youngster instead of Leaf?
yes. Because basically like for this one, because there's only 3, am I gonna have to pull up Sammy just to show what I'm doing here? You know what? I think I will have to. I should have Sammy in there, right? Yeah. But yeah, no, basically, like, actually, you'd probably understand it. Basically, like, for normally, I go for, like, a modulo 10 to decide on which one of, like, 10 different training
Reincarnation
classes.
is canon in the Gene Mark cinematic universe.
You're the second person to have resurrected. But, like, for this one, like, it's a modulo 3 because there's only 3. And normally it's a modulo 10 out of 10 different classes. Mainly because, like, I think that you've noticed, but for those, like, except for Lieutenant Surge, because let's be real, Lieutenant Surge does look like someone who'd show up in army uniforms to a funeral. Lieutenant Surge looks like that kind of guy. And I just went, okay, I'm gonna put like unique funeral outfits for the other two.
True.
Well, for the youngster, I thought like still wearing the cap and wearing a full suit would be hilarious. And I still think it is. And for the Lee sprite, you know what? I decided, you know what? I'm gonna go excessive there too. I'm gonna put like a dark veil over her face. Which I think like is a bit like slightly too subtle, but I think still works. But I think like if I do it more than that, I think it's a bit extra and doesn't really work. Like I think at this point, like the impact of the joke kind of is lost. But I think like I think the idea is there, and I don't think that there's a better way to execute on it. But yeah, I forgot. Like, I had a random conversation. I thought, you know what? This would be way too funny if I did that every single time someone got timed out or banned. And I think that everyone who's seen it agrees. Like, it's kind of unfortunate. Like, it's either been for, like... No, actually, no. It's actually a good thing that the only
I
time...
still think the Explorer's goodbye is sadder.
You know what? Fair enough. I think that this version has, like, if only because we don't hear it as much, I think has a stronger impact than the original. I will still say that. Like, I think that, like, the original version of An Unwavering Heart has been used so much, it almost feels like a parody of itself whenever it's being used. But I think this one still works. And yes, that's the Master's version of it. Wait a minute. You know what? I think that I'm gonna end the...
There might be the final end track from BW1.
I think that there are a few ending tracks that hit quite hard. I mean, isn't An Unwavering Heart is Ant's Farewell? Which is like this one, actually.
Whatever the last one before the credits.
No, okay, no, that's not the same. And I think I do have... And do I have Ends Farewell in this? Wait, how did I throw and I put it in here? How? Because yes, that is one that I would have...
Oh yeah, it is called Ends Farewell.
Yeah. I forgot that Ends Farewell is a different... Is it because I forgot it's a different song from An Unwavering Heart? No, I don't think it is. I don't know. But how did I throw that? Because yeah, that one would have been good.
You could put in the minor key version.
I mean, to be fair though, like 25 tracks for this is probably like more than what I need anyway. And now I realize that like this is the perfect ending to... And like the funeral is somehow going to be the perfect ending to the therapy session. And I think it's just going to be completely out of left field. It's like, oh yeah, I'm here for a therapy session. Why did someone just die?
https://www.youtube.com/watch?v=3WAJQ098IU.
Yeah, that could work. Or to be fair, like recently, I mean, I could see it, especially because recently
Should have
I've
added,
tried.
"This is so sad" Alexa play at the beginning.
That would have been okay. That would have been really funny. You know, yeah. Actually, you know what? Let's take a moment to remember them. Let's change that to "This is so sad" Alexa play. Oh my god, this is so perfect too, because like I still haven't fully finished it yet, but I've started like basically rearranging the entire system I've made for my music, like for how I handle music. Partly because right now I just create a different folder for each overlay. Like at this point I basically have like the same song in like 5 different folders. So instead of basically like trying to create like a CSV file that basically like I have the song in one specific folder and then just decide on which place I want to include them based on different columns. And then whenever I need them for some, like I need songs from a specific thing, then I just use that instead to just see where to grab the file. And for each of them I also put like a name for the song, so I can just put them in there too. But I still need to finish that first. Oh, okay, yeah, I see the issue. Like, it's not really an issue. But basically, like, right now I have to add something in Sammy's to manually change what, like, Alexa, "This is so sad" Alexa play, and then put the song name. I have to add something in Sammy for that. Because right now it's just a filter that right now is static. And it's just, here's a moment in their memory. But like now I'd be able to just, oh yeah, that was something I wanted to test for a future overlay. That is now something that is actually for the funeral. Like I wanted to do like an overlay for something like when I work on different stuff and I don't, like I want something that people can interact with, but not necessarily have me too involved as I work on other stuff. So I wanted to create like a fishing overlay. Which, yeah, I wanted to see if I could make like water reflection effects directly in OBS, which I think I managed to get right. Like, this is how it looks. This is how it looks here. And yeah, basically, like, I still need to handle all the spawning, making sure that people can actually catch stuff, and, like, deciding how I want to do all of that. Like, I'm not sure if I want to add the option of, like, both being able to type a command and using the heat extension as two options to try to reel in the Pokemon. Like, I know I'm not short on options for this kind of stuff. So I was trying to figure out what I actually want to do with that. Especially because I finally have the heat extension working, which... Okay, well, I have to say shout out to Prodspod for making the same extension for it, but it was much easier than I expected. Like, I know I can't go excessively complex, which anyway is a good thing, because especially considering stream delay, I don't necessarily want to add extremely dynamic sources for clickable stuff, because, yeah, it's not going to be synced. And for this kind of stuff, I think it can work. As long as I give, like, a long enough time for people to be able to react to it. Anyway, with, like, a chat, like, if there's a chat notification, I think that also works. Like, it's basically, like, foolproofing the delay. You know what, I'm still gonna, like, especially because I don't think there's gonna be much therapy anymore.
Emerald fishing mechanics.
You know what? Sure. I'll have to take a look. Like, right now, like, I know I want to eventually make it extremely complex, but for now I'm probably going to keep it simple. Like, I know I'm probably going to let people choose their own fishing rods eventually, but for now I'm going to start with only having the old rod available. And I took a list of every Pokemon, like, in every mainline game that's catchable with an old rod, and then making it so that there's
It'd
different
be
spawns.
funny, but probably not practical.
Probably. Like, I'd have to look into it. And the thing is, I have no clue if I want to make it so, for example, like, there were 3 different trainers. I don't know if I want people to only be able to catch when their own trainer is, like, reacting. If I don't want it to be dependent on the trainer, or if the trainer represents a different fishing rod. Although that would be in the future. Like, at first, I think it would be fine as is. But yeah, like, there's a lot of small details that I think I would need to figure out. And that's kind of why I've been kind of procrastinating on it. And here's the thing. Let's be real. The whole concept itself is not practical to begin with. I've also been testing different things. Like, other ideas that or just different things that I thought, hey, I want to see if I can make that work. Like, this would be way further down the line, but I think I might want to recreate the Fire Emblem arena mechanic. And one thing I thought would be cool is if I make it so that like, it's 2 chatters pitting each other, like, being pitted in the arena from Fire Emblem, like the GBA arena. And I thought that it would be cool if the character's color palette matched the the chatter's name color. And I just wanted to figure out, is that actually possible? Like, is it possible to do it and make it look good? And I was surprised I actually managed to get that working too. Like, this one, I'm gonna have to enable it.
If 2 chatters have the same color, they deal no damage to each other.
That would be funny, but no, that's not what I'm doing. Wait, what does it mean when it says no
Dang.
filter 2? Wait, did I not set a second skill to sound? Oh yeah, I did not. Okay. This is gonna break it for a second, inverse scaling, and I think we're good. Did I mess it up for the others? Yeah, okay. Think I might have to remove one of the plugins I use. Well, I don't use it that much. Oh yeah, it's inverse. Because even then, like, they could have different, like, similar color palettes and it doesn't count. Like, they're not necessarily on different sides. And would also be, like, a funny way to make to get people to gamble based on who would win. Yes. Okay, that's... Where was it? Get color... Here. Yeah, that was what I wanted. And yeah, if we... Because I did not enable it. And now if... I'm gonna change my color for like...
Obligatory let's go gambling brainworm.
Exactly. Now, since you chatted after I re-enabled it, if we go... Wait. Why? Oh, wait. Did I remove the trigger? It should work. Right? Oh, I think I know what happened. I think I know what happened. If I try a different color, like...
Willing to bet my talking between scene changes messed with it.
And... Okay, what's the name? No, I see what the issue is now. Wait, what is it asking for? Pupil color correction clone. Huh? Test.
Test.
Okay. Now if we go back. No, not this one. This one. Yeah, okay. I don't know why. Okay, this one is not sad enough. I should listen to the song in full when I select my songs. That was not sad enough. That is not sad enough. Like, it is not a bad song, but that is not sad. Oh, that's the staff roll from which one? Oh, Poke Park 2, right? Yeah, Poke Park 2. Yeah, that is not sad enough, though. Oh, we are back to don't ever forget. Maybe because like I manually opened one. Okay, if I go next. Oh, this one works. Now let me remove the false prophet. So yeah, basically, like, I've got quite a few ideas in the works, but like, it's hard to prioritize which ones I want to focus on first. One that I really, well, one that I know I want to prioritize. It's what's it called? Oh, like I was saying, Switch 2, Mario Kart. I had a funny F1 reference I wanted to do. And yeah, this is gonna show it pretty well. Like, I already did.
We are checking.
Oh.
We are checking.
Oh. Right. Right. I forgot that detail. Okay, let's put it in here then. Right. Yeah, that is not gonna work, huh?
We are checking.
We are checking.
So that was just, but yeah, like, I'm probably gonna have a few more ideas. Also, one of the other things I started doing, like, a bit of in a similar idea, like in the same theme of like, okay, F1 jokes in Mario Kart. I recreated some of the F1 team logos in Mario Kart, like, as Mario Kart references. I think the funniest one is the Red Bull one. Oh, like, the Ferrari one is also not bad. Like, I've got some ideas for a few more, but I don't think that, like, they're as good as those two. Like, this is Red Bull. I don't think I don't know how I can beat that. And also, it feels kind of weird to
Deep cut Mario Kart DS reference.
I mean, it's no longer a deep cut reference because that's about to be a playable character. And also in Mario Kart Wii. There's a Moo Moo Meadows cow. And this is...
I mean the emblems.
Oh. Yeah. Okay, this is such a
'Cause
perfect...
You could design your own in DS.
I completely forgot about that. This one works so well as a sad version. Like, it's just, the Gen 2 arrangement of Goldenrod when the Gen 4 sound font. And the main reason was just I wanted to create, like, a pit wall. There's a lot of... I think there's a lot of potential
Sounds like a
jokes.
slowed down version of the bicycle song.
You know, you're not wrong.
Same key and instruments from HGSS.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just the Goldenrod song. Just that the one Just that the one from Hard Gold Soul Silver is way more upbeat. But yeah, revealing this overlay never gets old. Especially when people don't expect it at all, which I don't like, except if you've seen it already, I don't see how anyone would expect it.
Yeah, kinda out of left field, lol.
Like, yeah, the only way I think you'd see it coming is if you've seen it. Or, like, yeah, I mean, even if you, technically, seeing me work on it counts as seeing it. I don't, were there, I think there might have been one or two, yeah, there were a few people who saw me work on it. I was just like, okay, this sounds real, like, such a funny idea. It was just like, I had the idea, and I think I did that in, like, 2 hours. Like, maybe like an hour or two working on the visual assets, and then working on the entire, like, setting the overlay up and then writing the code in Sammy took me like 2 hours probably. Which I think, with the potential for the, like, the joke potential behind it, I think makes it worth it for how quick it was. Because
True.
I think because I also worked like on basically like on that during the stream where I did this. I also worked on fixing a few bugs with the Pokemon overlay. I managed to fix most of them. I forgot if I added like the equivalent we see here in the what's it called? I think I did do it like what I do here in the therapist overlay where it automatically switches to the chatter when they're talking and then switches back to me once they're done. But I think I did add it. Because yes, I am probably going to be bringing back that overlay at some point. Like, especially because like one of the ideas I had later on for the fishing overlay is I forgot what I was saying. Or was it? Oh yeah, because one of the ideas I had with the fishing overlays, for example, one of the fishing rods would be in the Pokemart that you'd have to buy to be able to use like permanently. Or maybe put some items in the Pokemart for like some more obscure mechanics that I'd add in there. So I'd be bringing back the overlay at some point. And also, I think it's just a fun overlay, like, for me to take things easy. Like, similar to this. I think that the fishing one has more potential if I, like, want to work on something at the same time and still kind of show what I'm working on at the same time. And I think that, like, what I mainly needed from the Pokemon overlay has been, like, is there. Like, I got what I needed from it for the most part, but I can probably rewrite it. Like, if I had to do it again, I'd rewrite it and do a lot of it, like, as a Sammy extension instead of directly in Sammy. Like, I know that someone recommended it to me, and I agree that it would be more efficient that way. But I think that it was still a good... I don't regret doing it.
Oh no, nerd died.
Oh, yeah, he died. This is what happens if I time out or ban someone. This is why you don't see me banning the boss in the middle of the GC. Although actually, you know what? I have the names. I'm gonna ban one of them that I did not burn yet. Wait, no, this is not for one I saw in my chat, but in another chat, but I thought that the username was way too funny to not.
Time me out so he could save the VOD.
Because he said some things that would kind of compromise him if I did not do that. What was it? Let me show you the entire thing. With...
LMAO.
Let me show you the entire thing. With one of the, like, remove the space bot, like, by cheap viewers at streamboo.com, one of those bots. And here we are today. In the memory of Interim Cheeseburger XSB. That name will be memorized. That name will be remembered as probably one of the funniest bot names I've ever seen. Interim Cheeseburger. Like, what do you mean Interim Cheeseburger? Like, you're standing it as a cheeseburger? Like what? Do you stay there until they find a better one to eat? Or do you just get eaten and then what happens? What happens when the actual cheeseburger comes? What is an interim cheeseburger?
XST is because cool?
XSB. I don't know. I don't know. Like, they always put random characters at the end. But what the hell is an interim cheeseburger? Like, I'm not gonna lie. That is one of the funniest word combinations I've seen from those bots.
Oh, it looks cut off.
Yeah, that is a B. Apple, did you see what I tagged you on Twitter for? Did you lose or did you win? Whatever we define a win here. Someone else tried to race you to the bottom. Who finished lower between you and Kdan7? Kdan7 finished at 1029.776 in the GC. You know what? You're right that I probably should edit transform. Okay, no, it is a just for sin.
He beat me.
No, I like as in finish lower than you. That is so sad. That is so sad.
Yeah, I was 1075.
You'll get it next time. I believe in you. That was a worthy fight,
But it
though.
also said I was ranked 4777.
What? Huh.
And he's only 4618.
Maybe some people climbed before the very end? I don't know what to say. Or maybe it wasn't like the final ranking. I don't know.
Unless my memory is just that bad.
That also might be a possible. That might also be why. Man, I'm sorry for you that it didn't work out. You were just like me at Worlds 2019. We've got that in common now, trying to aim for the bottom and just barely missing
I
out.
think I can do better next time.
I believe in you. I mean, I heard you.
We can go lower.
I heard you. I heard it. I know that you're ready to optimize the strats. I heard you ready to optimize. Oh yeah.
It's a lot of RNG though, cause if you keep hitting 1,500 players, you don't lose enough.
It is so funny here because I get it. When actually trying the amount of times, like especially early Scarlet and Violet, where I kept hitting people like 100 less CeeLo than I had, and then just barely getting anything for winning, or just losing like 30 rating because I lost because they were running Dozo and I didn't have a Dozo matchup. I did not have a good time. I will also say, every time I get the opportunity to show off this overlay, always feels good. Like, it's not like it took that much effort to make. It was relatively quick, but I think it's one of the funniest ideas I've had. Yeah, I hope you get a better run next time. I think that you will get it.
I think the optimal strat is 30 games on the Saturday and 15 the next morning. Cause people will crash out on their day 1 games.
I mean, the thing is, do you think that they're not gonna give up after day 1 if their day 1 goes poorly? I think you might have to do like a few day 1. I mean, to be fair, like especially, like I don't think you do it like as soon as the GC starts, but I think you wait like an hour or two probably before doing a few, like not that many. Because anyway, when you're gonna start, you're probably not gonna be paired against people that are much lower than you anyway. So it's gonna be quite comparable. If I had to guess, I have not aimed for the very lowest, so I can easily be wrong. You know what I mean?
Ads.
Oh. Yeah, basically the reason why there's no Who's That Pokemon right now is because I accidentally crashed Sammy and it's not keeping track. Instead of keeping track of the ads like I normally would. So, like, the main downside for that is,
I think you're probably right, but I think you wait a few hours to start. Let a few people crash out to like 1400s before you get going. If you're catching them at game 2 at 1,480, there isn't enough people low enough to push you.
yeah, you know, that's valid. Also, I forgot it doesn't even take that long because you're forfeiting turn 1. So, like, time is not as much of an issue as I keep thinking it is. I forgot about that. Because like, damn, the fall off strats are certainly not the same.
Yeah, honestly, the longest wait time other than finding a match is waiting for my opponent to select their team because they think it's a real match.
You know? You can optimize the strat there. You can bring like fake mons, like not like if they're
Exactly.
if they're facing Smoliv, C dot,
Baby team.
exactly, baby team,
That's the real strat.
then they know that, oh yeah, there's no way I lose to this, and then they're gonna pick quickly. You see, we're optimizing. This is what an interim cheeseburger would have wanted. That we use
Optimizing losing the GC.
exactly using their funeral to optimize losing the GC. Man, I can't wait for the GC therapy video coming out, and then I actually put a funeral in there. Most normal therapy session. It's also kind of sad knowing that this is the last one until September. Like, it was kind of sad that there weren't that many people this time, but it was still, like, it's still been
I'm
fun every
going to
time.
take team pictures next time.
Thank you. Like, I was surprised that I actually got a clip today to include with this. Like, although to be fair, like, I was gonna say, like, it's the first time, but no, I still had someone who basically responded to one of my tweets. I think it was the original one with pictures of the teams they faced in Team Preview, which was actually pretty cool. Because it allowed me to include them in the video. Like, I did not include it, like, for the therapy session because...
There's too many try-hards now, though. Bring back the SWSH GC teams.
That's true. Like, and it makes sense why, because, right? Like, the ones you're thinking about, they gave the shiny rewards, so people wanted to enter them, play 3 games, and get those. That was not the case with the current GCs. And I think there were still a few, but the thing is also, like, with restricted formats,
That would have been farming.
like, the casuals don't necessarily love playing restricted formats, so they're not necessarily going to be playing, like, they're not going to be playing as much. So it makes sense. I don't think I ran into that many casuals in Sword and Shield GCs. Like, especially, but to be fair, I did not play a lot of GCs in Sword and Shield. Like, I think I only played the ones that actually gave championship points. And the first one for Players' Cup.
I did run into Mutuo CSR in DDM.
Yo. Okay, that was kind of cool. I did run into a Mewtwo in a GC. Forgot which one. I think it was just like 2 months ago. It was Weatherball Mewtwo. And it went for the fire weather
Does it
ball.
get Meat Beam?
I don't think it does. It was weather ball, and it went for the weather ball in sun into my gouging fire. I think you can guess how that game went.
I bet it did like 1 out of 8.
I don't even think it did that. I don't even remember if it did even that much. Which is absolutely insane.
I will say that my hot take is the Psyshock Lunala is good. RN.
Is it? Is it really a hot take? I mean, Seawolf Mikes did.
Yes.
Seawolf Mikes did get top 4 in the VR tour a few weeks ago. Like, I know that since we're early format, the format evolves very quickly, but I don't know how hot of a take it is. Like, I don't... Like, you're telling me that, and I don't think that you're wild for that take.
Yeah, but everyone is all Moonblast pilled.
Just because one is good doesn't mean the other isn't, though. Like, even if everyone's running Moonblast now, doesn't mean that it automatically makes Psyshock bad. You know what I mean? But yes, I can see how it can be considered a hot take because it is underused. I don't think like it is that wild. Like, I don't think I can disagree with that. You know what I can disagree with more? Iron Defense Body Press Ursh. I've heard that there's a guy who's tried running that. Would you believe it?
It was specific to that team, okay?
Okay. I still had to say
It was
it.
NDM and I needed an answer to Winston spam.
And what did Iron Defense Body Press do that Surging Strikes wouldn't? Or was there a reason why you absolutely needed Dark Ursh? If it was Dark Ursh?
I had surging. But body press was immune to Intim and I could set up under TR. It was water.
But Surging Strikes is also immune to Intimidate. Oh, okay, I get this setting up part, but damn, that is...
Yes, but things resist water moves Gene.
Okay, but Ensign is not one of those things. Unless I forgot how the type chart works.
Look, I was a VGC infant.
Okay, okay.
It was my glue.
Okay, if you were just getting started, you know what, fair enough. I have done worse. I have done worse when I was starting out. Okay, if that is your explanation, you should have started with that and I would have stopped. I would have stopped pressing further. Say less.
I started Series 7 and it was Series 9.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, you know what?
I
Yeah.
think? Was that the single?
I think it was. Pretty sure it was. Yeah. Was it Series 9 or was it Series 8? What was Series 8 again?
Seven and 9 were Crown Tundra no restricted.
Okay, that's what I thought. I was like, wasn't 8 a single restricted? 10 was single restricted, no Dynamax, I remember
Series
that.
8 and 11 were single. It was 8 then? Yee.
And yeah, and I thought that 11 was also
Yeah,
single.
10 was great.
Yeah, honestly, I think that 10 had a lot of issues, but it was fun. Like, I think it was objectively a bad format, but it was a fun one. Which is so weird to say. I think objectively it was a horrible format, but I had fun.
10 was our preview to see how broken Ursh is without Dynamax.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, genuinely, I think that you were throwing if you were not running Rilla, Ursh, Instant, Restricted.
I ran Sableye Charizard Metagross in Series 7 and my line into Coalossal was Max Guard Zard turn 1 on the Max Vocalith and Sunny Day into Squash and Max Quake. I was not good.
I don't know what my line... I barely even played Series 7. Like, by the time Coalossal became really big, I was only playing in PGL. So like I was running a different team every week. Like I challenged myself to say, okay, I'm gonna run a different team every week. And I'm just gonna try to scout as best as I can. And I basically had like an MVP level performance
I
with that.
remember Ashton gave me the one team with bulky mixed helmet Londot.
Wait,
Oh, the
when?
Fly EP set? This was for Series 10.
Oh yeah, I remember that one. Now that you mention it, yeah, I remember that in Series 10. I also remember that people were running for a bit Stealth Rock Lando in Series 10.
LMFAO.
My god, you just reminded me of... Like, you just opened a floodgate of some memories.
Yeah, I tested that with the Lando. It was fun.
It was such a fun format.
I think I also tested dual status Hexpult. It was sick in GL.
Like, I still say that, like, I think as the format developed, I think that we kind of all realized it, but I think that you were I still think that you were throwing if you weren't running. Like, the VGC starters and you're restricted for, like, most matchups. And by restricted, I mean most likely either Zacian or Calyrex Shadow.
Yeah, pretty much.
Which honestly, like, I think in my opinion makes it objectively bad. But I had fun.
OMG Surf Screen, Wispult was a menace.
But fun. Like, I actually enjoyed that format a lot. Like, it's so weird because it feels like, yeah, you were just playing chess. Like, more than any other format, it felt like playing chess because you were basically using the same pieces. Which is not why people play Pokemon.
Coalossal was a mistake. Max moves that do 1/8 health to both slots per turn were broken TBH.
Yes, they were. No. Colossal was not the mistake. Dynamax.
It was 1 out of 6.
Yeah, it was 1 out of 6. We thought it was 1 out of 8 at first, and it was not. And yes, Dynamax was the mistake.
1/8 is Sea of Fire.
Dynamax was the mistake, not Colossal. I will still say that, like, Series 12 was the only format where Dynamax actually worked well.
Max Airstream being full power was the mistake.
No, it was not the mistake. It was the biggest one, yes. But you're telling me that when you just said that, like, the residual damage max moves were also just as much of a mistake.
Yeah, it's still max as a whole.
But there's way too much about Dynamax that was a mistake to just narrow it down. Like, yes. Like, no one's gonna argue that Airstream was not the biggest mistake of them all. But there were way too many to just narrow it down to that. You know? I've got enough... I think I've said it multiple times before in the past. I've got enough hater energy to hate multiple things. And every single max move is one of those. The entire concept
The
of
only
Dynamax.
reason why Series 12 works with Max is because the restricteds are built to keep taking stab base 130 moves and dish back. But we got to click Max Guard Copycat for guaranteed Trick Room, and Trick Eject a bunch of people.
And yes, Alex, I know. You don't have to tell me more. I know that that's the exact reason why it worked. I agree. I know that's exactly why it worked with Dynamax. And yeah, I agree, that's why. And also because you didn't have, like, one of the best damage dealers being Crit Kiss. Which meant that your games are decided a lot on whether you were going to be crit by those base 130 moves. Because it happened, like, half of the time each turn. I do not miss those days. I remember that I had a matchup. Like, the first MSS no, not the first MSS, but like, what broke? Okay, what broke? Oh, it's the bridge.
Also, people are complaining about the 135-50 speed tier wars right now. But wasn't this always kind of the case, Wiener? You're in a double restricted meta? Like the pool of good mons is limited, so speed ties are inevitable /
Not quite. Like, I'll say, like, with Primal Groudon, yes. Especially Primal Groudon speed ties, yes. And usually with most restricted Pokemon, they were usually bulk.
Not every mon in the same speed tier wanted to have the same speed.
That's a big one. And the other one is that usually they were not extremely fast and frail Pokemon. Like, if we go back to, like, Gen 7, most of the ones that's, like, most restricted were in different speed tiers. Like, except for going for, like, the exact same restricted, like, Ultra Necrozma. Most of them were in different speed tiers. I usually lived at, and even in Necrozma's case, that applies to it too. They usually at least lived a hit or two. So it didn't just come down to, okay, when the speed tie will get destroyed. Which is what's currently the issue of, like, all of the base 135s. Or 50. Like, they're all basically 1-hit KO or 2-hit KO. Directly 1 KO or 2-hit KO each other, so it's... And also the thing is, there was more... And because they usually lived a hit or two, you could usually get better counterplay around it. Like, for example, I'm going to pick Calyrex Ice as a perfect example. You can't really affect the speed or just anything because it's got a killer amulet. With, for example, the Groudons, you could intimidate it at least. With Kyogre, you could still make it less of a threat by just playing the Weather Ore. with Xerneas, you still had plenty of like it's not a Pokemon that immediately had offensive pressure, so you can still position yourself to limit the damage somewhat.
I mean, 135 is overcrowded. That one really makes sense. But 50 is largely just Hands and Ursa. And we've already seen from Milwaukee not all Hands are min speed. But Ursa being min makes sense.
Yeah, like in those examples, like, and here's the thing with Hands and Ursa, it's when the speed tire you get destroyed in both cases, which is why it's extreme. Why people complain about it so much? It's not just like the fact that they speed tie; it's the fact that they speed tie and just directly deal with each other. Like it's an extra layer.
Joey X Lou.
Yeah.
Sabley laugh.
Because like if they because like technically speed ties are always
Wait,
in
I
a
just
game.
realized. Imprisoned CIR could work for that matchup.
And basically, the issue is they're not just the speed ties, because speed ties are always a thing in every single format. So the issue is really just the speed ties being way more of a decider, because it's some speed ties on Pokemon that just straight up beat each other up.
It's 2011 all over again.
Basically. And
Ick. I just played Prio Spam and said F your speed ties nail polish.
and that is such a real way to approach it. That is such a real... honestly, it is so real. I mean, that is basically what I did all of Reg G, so, you know, I have no choice but to respect it. Yeah. And yeah, here's the thing. Yeah, you can avoid the speed ties if you choose to do so.
I told Tyler that Pau needed to be adamant cause we weren't playing the speed tie anyway and I missed 3 coast cause of it.
The thing is, I would say that, like, even if you think that you aren't playing a speed tie, you might.
I also missed a KO on Bonnet because of 2 EVs my CSR I was missing. I got a warning at Team Check.
Oops. But yeah, I think that you just need to know when you do and don't want to play the speed ties. Like sometimes you, and also I think that people are gonna get used to more and more. That you should be like they're gonna learn to play to avoid the speed tie better. Because like I was running Koraidon, and I've for the most part I've managed to avoid. Like, at least from what I've noticed in the GC, I've, like, running both Flutter Mane and often bringing Flutter Mane without the sun, or at least with sun in the back, and leading the Flutter Mane, and running Koraidon, I usually managed to get myself into positions where the speed ties didn't matter.
Either avoid the speed tie or make sure you can still do what you want when you do lose it.
Yeah, exactly. But I get why people complain about it. I also have to say that usually I ran teams that were usually standard enough that you have to play the speed ties anyway.
That's why I always went for the speed tie with my pal.
Yeah, and I especially in Reg G when I also was running POW, always under the assumption that even if it never was, I was under the impression that I was gonna speed tie to Miraidon. Because I think that you should learn to prepare for the worst and just hope for the best. But sometimes you don't really have the chance to, which I have to recognize. Might be considered a team building issue, but sometimes you just have to risk it. And I think that's part of why the team that won Milwaukee worked quite well, was because it didn't really risk belt its way to not have to rely on speed ties. Even if it was at the risk of just being slower.
BRB.
Sounds good. Although, not gonna lie, I'm not sure how much longer I'll keep going. Like, I don't know how long the BRB is. But I might start thinking of rating in a few minutes, probably.
Oh well, 07 if you're gone.
Sounds good. Well, yeah. But yeah, I mean, I said that earlier and you still came back and I was still live.
Okay, streaming Sably laugh.
Wait, is he?
I will say I don't understand the people who avoid the speed tie by making the mana point slower than max.
Me neither.
That's wild.
Yeah, I don't know why you would go for 1 point slower. Like, at this point, it's not avoiding the speed tie, it's intentionally losing the speed
That's
tie.
probably less common nowadays, but it was certainly something in Gen 6. See, my old tradition is taking 1 point front health and putting it in speed, cause I'd rather win a potential speed tie than risk a 6% roll.
Yeah, because like at this point, it's not just avoiding the speed tie, it's just saying I want to lose a speed tie.
This is mostly cope.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, I think that there's a difference between the two. I think that it's a big difference between the two. Like, I know that, like, in Gen 6, I definitely ran a slower Groudon, but it was, like, 132 EVs, which was, like, I'm not max speed, but I've still got some speed. And anyway, like, at that point, people were running much slower Groudons. So, like, I was still faster than most of them. And I felt like I did not necessarily need to be faster than the max speed ones. But again, like, there's a difference between one less point and half of the EVs, practically. Like, that actually makes a actual difference in bulk. But yeah, I don't think that people would go for one less point anymore. Like, at least I don't see why you would. Like, I will say, that is just coward/loser mentality. Because I'll say it this way: it's just like, yeah, I assume I'm gonna lose a speed tie every time, so might as well just let's just make it a self-fulfilling prophecy.
I cow'll see it if you have TR on the team.
Here's the thing, though. If you have TR on the team, I think that you're probably gonna have a better use of your EVs by reducing it by more than 1 point. Like, I can get, like, going for, like, unless that 1 point is still, like, it still is the difference between still outspeeding something, but still cutting a bit of speed, fair enough. But normally, I don't really see a lot of cases where you're in that exact position, and that you can probably afford to drop a few more points.
It's probably not the I'll lose the speed time mentality.
It is I'll lose a speed time mentality, but they don't want to admit that that's what they think. And yeah, it's not I'll lose a speed time mentality if you have Trick Room, but even then, it's not like a 244 is not going to be it's probably not what you want for Trick Room. Like when I ran, like this weekend, like I think I was running this spread that
It might just be
Oh, in
I found a
Atlanta.
specific role that I'm paranoid about if I don't put these EVs into defenses.
which this is valid too.
And the other stats are immutable.
That is valid. Again, like but just being 1 point of speed away, that is just why. Anyway, and here's the other truth that people need to understand. Do you know what the best way to live a hit is? By making sure that there's nothing on the other side of the field.
What's your opinion of 252/252/4 versus 252/244/4/4/4/4? Damn, beat me to it.
I mean, I think it's valid. I'm probably still more of a 252 kind of player, and I can't say that it's not valid. As long as it's not from speed.
I'm a 244 junkie.
Like, if we're talking like 4 from the offensive stat, or like the defensive stat that you're investing in, that you're putting at 252, that is also
Yeah.
fair. But like, once again, where it's not speed, and I think it's valid. I'm still of the
Or
mental.
help on a slow mon or something.
Yeah, that is fine. Like that's what I typically do. Like, I know that like in my first
I'm
regional,
more of a 252/244/12 guy.
like when I like for my first regional, like I took like 8 EVs that normally would have been in HP for Lele, and then put them in the defenses, because like I could. Because once again, the best way to live a hit is by having no hits coming your way. So like I was not gonna take out of special attack. The speed was very specific. I forgot. I think it was towards Pete Scarf Cartana. I think it was 1 point faster than Scarf Cartana.
I'm more of a 238/250/6/11/1 guy.
Oh, was that the EVs on your Calyrex? Was that your Calyrex stat? Was that your Calyrex spread?
Oops, that's my in-game collie.
Oops. Not ideal, huh?
So I have been randomly hack-checked twice.
Really? Really? Like, twice in the same day? Like, I can get twice in the same weekend? Because I remember that they tried doing it to me back to back. Which I thought was kind of insane. And then I was just told them, like, I was just hack checking, and they said, oh, okay, never mind.
Not the same day. This was in the past. With hacked mons at ICs. But Shiny offered to make this team for me at Milwaukee, and it's my first team error.
That is very unfortunate. Yeah, I think that I'm not gonna say that I've never had people help me get mods, because I think I only got half of the mods I ended up using at Worlds last year. Yeah, half of the mods. Like, half of the mods were mine, the other half were other people's. If funnily enough, the only one that had an error was my own. Which, if you know me, you know that it's not a like, I say funnily enough, but it's not a surprise. I did not say surprisingly because it's me. That was the least surprising thing ever. Like, the Calyrex, I got it from a friend. The Clefairy, I got it from a friend. And the Smeargle, I got from Professor X, who wanted to make a video of getting Pokemon for people who were qualifying for Worlds. Then the video ended up like falling through because too many people made last-minute changes on their team. Couldn't be me. I was too lazy to practice.
Unfortunate.
And yeah, then I forgot to change my moves on my Ogerpon. But thankfully I was not punished in any way, because I noticed before I traded team sheets.
Surely this won't be a thing with champions.
Surely. But yeah, since I noticed before I traded team sheets for round 1, and I notified the judge before starting, they let me fix my Ogerpon to match what I submitted in the team sheet. Like, they let me create a new rental code and just like, they let me change the Ogerpon. Like, I think I had 5 minutes to make the changes, which I already had the TM, so I already had the TM, so it wasn't a big
how
deal.
Nice of them.
I mean, that's how I did. Like, they allow you to fix it if it's before you start round 1. It's not the first time I make that mistake. It's not the first time I do something like that. I also did it at Toronto in 2023 for the 2024 season, where I had the wrong Fluttermane. I did not know where the correct Fluttermane was, so I ended up running a different Fluttermane. But again, because I noticed it before I traded team sheets for round 1, they did not punish me for it. Which again, it has to be before you trade team sheets for round 1. So I've always had the habit of checking my team sheet before. Like, as soon as I get it, the first thing I do is check my team sheet and check my team to make sure that they match. And I know that both times they clearly asked, did your opponent see their team sheet already? And both times it was no. And that is specifically why I was fine. I've already lost one Worlds invite because of a team sheet error. I'm not letting it happen again. That was still the craziest. This is probably still the craziest run at a major that I've ever had. Basically, round 1 I was against IR Nemesis or Javier Valdez, who finished second at LAIC in 2019. Back then, he was still a top 8 LATAM player. He had double wide guard. I was running Lily Cole. My matchup was horrible. Then I play round 2. I win easily.
If we're talking about 2017, oof, that was a year defined by team sheet errors.
Yeah, that it was. And then round 2, I win easily. One of the judges tell me to go somewhere after I'm done with my set. I go. They show me my team sheet. My Torkoal had no stats on it. I completely forgot to write down the stats. So I lost my Torkoal after round 2 and had to play 7 rounds with a Sun team without the Torkoal. I had to go 6-3 or better to get my invite because you needed to go 6-3 to get points. I was 1-1 and I was going to start round 3 with a game loss. And paired against Andrew Nowak round 3. Alex knows who that is. Apple, you might not. That season, he won 2 regionals in that format. There was no lunch break for NAIC. I had a lunch break. After that, maybe 5-minute game. I'm 1-2. Then I get paired against some guy. I managed to win it. Like, I lose game 1 and then I win the next 2. Somehow. I lose game 1 because I didn't expect the Arcanine to be the bulkiest Arcanine ever. Like, it was probably like 252 HP, 252 Calm. Then I adapt, win the next 2. And then I get up paired. I'm 2-2 and I get up paired. I accept, okay. My run is over. Because like I needed good enough resistance. And I figured, okay, I'm gonna lose to someone 3-1 with a Sun team without the Sun Center. Game 1 goes as expected. I get completely bodied. Game 2, I somehow managed to win quite hard, actually. I don't know how. Then game 3, I somehow managed to...
Bro was driving the car with no gas.
Yeah, I was. And then game 3, I managed to get like every single turn right and win it. I won the up pair. I'm now 3-2. Round 6. I don't even remember what happened round 6. I don't remember. I just remember I won. Then round 7, I get bodied. Like, it would have been a free matchup if I had Torkoal, but like without Torkoal, I had nothing. My opponent that round ended up making day 2. And then I end up facing in round 8 Shuka Berry Arcanine. Like, I thought I was going to be fine with Garchomp by just going for Earthquake, cleaning up, and then have an easy time from there. But Shuka Berry Arcanine basically just meant that I couldn't really go for Earthquake to try to just sweep.
I miss Arcanine.
Same. So instead, I decide to be lawful evil. Instead of locking myself into Earthquake, I lock myself into Rock Slide. I get like a triple Rock Slide flinch. And manage to win it. So now, I'm 5-3 heading into the final round. I somehow went from 1-2 to 5-3 with 5 Pokemon. Then I end up facing... It was Lele, Mandibuzz, and I forgot the rest. But basically, I could not... I think like my main game plan would have been getting a flinch with Garchomp with Rock Slide. I did not get that. And my run... And I just saw turn by turn as my World's Invite was slowly slipping away. And that is how I almost made the comeback to get my invite. With a Sunless Sun team. Not much I can say about that. It was rough. Like, I think I spent the whole rest of the weekend just constantly thinking of every single small mistake I made that season. And thinking, if I would have done that better, if I would have done that better, if I would have done that better, I could have had my invite. Like, it just felt like flashback after flashback. Like, being that close. Like, honestly, I would say that to this day, it was probably like my most impressive season, all things considered. Like, I would say that like last season is a close second. But yeah, that season was just insane.
Everyone has their own ups and downs, but the great equalizer is all of our hopes and dreams being crushed at Naic.
That is so true. Like, every other year, I learned my lesson and made sure that I didn't need to rely on NAIC to get my invite. And I think that to this day, I still have never earned points at NAIC. Which is really funny, all things considered. Although, to be fair, like, I had quite a few years where I just ended up scooping to friends.
Team sheets were super ritual that year though, thanks to that stupid Z conversion.
I mean, to be fair, I think that part of it was just people still getting used to it, because that was the first time where, like, that was the first year where we had to write the stats. And also part of it was because, well, in my case, I don't really have any excuse. Actually, the only excuse I have is that by that point of the season, I was already using the team sheet generator quite a bit, but Oricorio wasn't implemented correctly in the team sheet generator. Like, it didn't have the other forms. It didn't have compatibility with the forms. So that's when I started maintaining it myself. Like that story at that run at NAIC is the reason why I started maintaining it. Just so that I could keep using it and not have to deal with another error again. And that still did not stop me from getting more errors in the future. But it did limit some. It definitely did limit some.
LOL, you and me both started maintaining one of Squirrel Boy's project because something broke.
Yeah. What was the thing that broke for you to start maintaining the damage calc? Like, actually, what was it? I'm curious now. Like, I don't know if it was
Crit
just.
max moves.
Okay. And it was so funny because, like, once I started maintaining it,
And also, I love armor.
I was gonna say, like, if I had to guess, it was probably that he's because I was gonna say, like, did something actually break, or did he just stop maintaining it? Because I know that the moment I started working on the team sheet generator, he just straight up gave up on the project. Which, you know what? Fair enough. Like, I get how much of it, and you also get it. I get how much of, and even Apple can probably get it because I don't know if I'm gonna assume that Apple's probably done some personal projects, but
Pretty much with me.
maintaining that kind of stuff gets exhausting. Especially when you've got a lot of them. So, like, I get it. Like, making the project extremely fun. Maintaining it, it can be draining. So I get it. Like, it's so funny, like, especially when I look at, like, for example, the overlay that I've made, where it's just like I'm basically at the finish line and I'm still procrastinating on
I'm
it
still
so much.
procrastinating on calc features now, so I really do get it.
Like, I'm still procrastinating on basically, like, despite being basically at the finish
It would be
line.
nice if it did this. Yeah, I bet it Fing would.
Exactly. Like, I'm practically at the finish line, and I'm still not crossing it. I'm just staring at it and say, yeah, it looks pretty nice. But again, I also know that, like, the moment I release it is the moment where I unleash hell on myself. So, you know, I kind of get it too. But, like, the moment it's released, that means
I
that
know
I'm probably
Ditto
going
was
to...
throwing Bauer Dad for a loop for a while.
Oh, God. Yeah, I can get it. Yeah, I can imagine. Yo, the VGC Devs podcast, when?
Still need multi-calc, better mobile design, survival calc, etc.
God, yeah, that is so much at the same time. Yeah, I'd probably procrastinate on most of those too. Like, I still have never done any mobile dev work. Like, I feel like I want to learn it, but I also feel like I'd be too lazy.
NGL, I started a multi-calc once and got like 10 minutes in and forgot about it.
Yo, real. I think I've done. No, I don't. I haven't done anything similar. But I feel like I've done, like, I know what one thing that I ended up starting but never completing was basically like doing the Poke data, like,
I'm paralyzed by accidentally maiming bad UI. Asterisk making.
oh god, yeah. Yeah, I tried basically doing like the Poke data, what, resistance calculator before Poke data was really a thing. But I ended up giving up on it quite early because I forgot about it. Like, the fact that you just talked about, like, I started working on it and forgot about it just reminded me of that. And I also tried doing basically, like, the equivalent of Bauer Dad's sheet, like, as a program. I was actually very close to being done with it, but just ended up scrapping it when I found out about it. Because I was like, Sure, my stuff has some features it doesn't have, but it's nowhere near as user friendly, so it's not even worth it. Like at this point, I almost feel like. I mean, I think it's also the case for most of us, where it's just like.
Serapis approached me about making something like PSRS, but as a showdown app. Or rather a Showdown extension.
That could be cool. And I've also like gotten to the point where at this point, if I work on something, it's because it's something that I want to make for myself. And if I think I can get it in a like spot where I think that it could be usable by other people, cool. If I can't, well, I got what I wanted. Screw everyone else.
But that was like 2021, and I didn't know how to make that kind of stuff yet.
Yeah, that makes sense. But yeah, I'm at this point. It's really like I'm making what I want to make. And to be fair, like I realize that like quite a few of the things that I do is stuff that other people would want anyway. Like I know that people are probably gonna be very happy the moment I finish with.
Alright, I'm off to BO7.
I'm gonna guess that meant bed. Fair enough. Good night, Apple. Thanks for tuning in. It's really funny because I was planning on like raiding someone. Like, most of the people I wanted to raid are basically dead. They basically moved on from. They either stopped playing PGC, like tonight. Like I guess like I could go to Mastermark, but like it,
Master Mark.
yeah, I was gonna say like at this point it would be Mastermark. Like I feel like it's kind of like, and like I should learn to just like not. No, I don't really feel like I shouldn't necessarily feel bad. Like it feels kind of awkward when you're like very small numbers and rating into someone much bigger. Like. Especially when I'm not necessarily active in that stream. Like, I think it was on Thursday where I intentionally raided Shindex. Because, like, well, part of it was because, like, I've always wanted to raid him, like, in forever. Because, like, most of the cool stuff I've done, like, for streams / overlays are either directly or indirectly inspired by him. And, like, I did not really feel ashamed about, like, raiding into him, despite like the fact that it was like a 300 viewer stream because like I'm active there. Like I'm a named NPC if I had to call like if I had to describe it, I'm a named NPC. Like Mastermark definitely knows who I am, but it's like I'm saying, like it's not like I'm very active in his stream, and like it kind of feels like leeching. Which is what makes it feel slightly awkward. Like, I was gonna raid to someone who beat me in the GC, but they're not playing... like, they were playing VGC, but moved on. Wait, I should also learn to just, like... not really mind that kind of stuff.
Our discussions carried for very long.
Yeah, and I don't mind it, really. Like, I think it was a fun conversation. Anyway, this is a fun overlay for this. And, like, it's also part of why I wanted to do the fishing overlay, because, like, it's not necessarily, like, one-on-one. I can still have the text-to-speech going, which I think, like, especially for, like, a smaller group like this, it's not... For me, it makes it easier for me to just not miss any messages. Especially when I'm just necessarily like kind of rambling and not necessarily like it allows me to not necessarily keep my eyes directly looking at the chat. And like, okay, I hear the sound, now I can look if I did not necessarily like understand what was said. It's so fun. It's fun for that. Okay. You know what? Yeah, let's read into Mark. Because I think that, yeah, like, the conversation has lasted long enough. Like, I expected, like, an hour-long stream or something like that, and we're more than 4 hours into it. Thank you guys for tuning in. I'll see you all next time. Whenever it is, next time you guys are showing up. Like, I'm not really sure what overlay I'm going to be using tomorrow, but I might be streaming while working on the video for this therapy session. Or I might wait a bit. Like I might also work on an overlay or something.